This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened in my apartment last Friday night. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind and I just can't make sense of it. I know how this is going to sound, but I swear every word is true. It was around 8:30 p.m. and I was crashed out on the couch after a long week at work. Nothing special about the evening, just me watching some mindless YouTube videos while Sarah was puttering around in the kitchen area. We live in one of those open-concept apartments where the kitchen and living room are basically the same space, so I could see everything she was doing without even turning my head. Sarah had grabbed some leftovers from the fridge, a half-eaten kebab from when we'd ordered from that Turkish place down the street the night before. I clearly remember watching her take it out of the styrofoam container, place it on one of our white ceramic plates, and pop it in the microwave. It was one of those moments where you're not really paying attention, but you're still aware of what's happening around you, you know? While the kebab was heating up, we were chatting about weekend plans. Sarah was leaning against the counter, scrolling through her phone, showing me some event she wanted us to go to. The microwave was humming away, and I could smell the garlic sauce and spices from where I was sitting. When the timer went off with that annoying triple beep, Sarah turned around and opened the microwave door, and then she just stopped. She stood there, staring into the microwave for way too long. "What's wrong?" I asked, thinking maybe the kebab had exploded or something. Sarah turned to me with this genuinely confused look on her face. "It's gone." I laughed, thinking she was joking. "What's gone?" "The kebab. It's not in here." I got up from the couch and walked the 10 feet to the kitchen area. Sure enough, the microwave was completely empty. Just the clean glass plate rotating slowly to a stop. No kebab, no plate, nothing. "Are you messing with me?" I asked, looking around the kitchen. "Where'd you put it?" Sarah shook her head. "I didn't put it anywhere. I literally just put it in the microwave and turned it on." Now I should mention that Sarah has ADHD and sometimes does stuff on autopilot. There've been plenty of times where she's put the milk in the cupboard or her keys in the fridge. So my first thought was that she'd absent-mindedly put the kebab somewhere else while thinking she was putting it in the microwave. "Did you maybe put it back in the fridge?" I suggested. She gave me a look that said she wasn't in the mood for me to blame her ADHD, but she opened the fridge anyway. No kebab. "I saw you put it in the microwave," I said, more to myself than to her. "I literally watched you do it. I know I put it in there." Sarah's voice had that edge to it that happens when she feels like she's being gaslighted. "I'm not crazy, Jason. I'm not saying you're crazy. I believe you put it in there. I saw you do it. I'm just saying it has to be somewhere." What followed was probably the most thorough search of our apartment we've ever done. We opened every cabinet, looked under the furniture, checked the trash, even looked in ridiculous places like the shower and toilet tank. Sarah even checked her pockets, as if somehow she'd managed to stuff a plate with a kebab into her sweatpants without noticing. The kebab had been on one of our white plates. It's not like you could miss it. And the whole thing had happened in the span of maybe 3 minutes. The microwave timer had been set for 90 seconds, and our search began immediately after. There was no time for either of us to have eaten it or hidden it somewhere. "Maybe the microwave is broken?" Sarah suggested, though we both knew that made no sense. Things don't just vanish from broken appliances. To test it out, I grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl and put it in the microwave, setting the timer for 10 seconds. When the timer went off, I opened the door, and there was the apple. exactly where I'd left it. Well, it's not a wormhole, I joked weakly. Sarah didn't laugh. She was sitting at the kitchen counter now, staring at the microwave like it was some kind of alien technology. This isn't funny, Jason. I'm freaking out a little. I was too, if I'm being honest. There was a cold feeling settling in my stomach. I'm a pretty logical person. I work in IT, for God's sake. My whole job is troubleshooting problems and finding rational explanations. But there was no rational explanation for a kebab to just disappear into thin air. Maybe a higher dimensional being was kind of hungry, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Sarah gave me a half-hearted smile, but I could tell she was genuinely disturbed. So was I. We eventually gave up the search and tried to move on with our evening, but there was this weird tension in the air. We kept glancing at the microwave as if expecting it to suddenly spit out a kebab. We even checked the floor around it multiple times, thinking maybe it had somehow fallen and rolled under something, even though we'd already looked everywhere. Around 11 p.m., Sarah went to get a glass of water and screamed so loud I nearly fell off the couch. "What? What is it?" I ran over to her thinking she'd seen a spider or something worse. She was standing in front of the cabinet where we keep our plates, pointing inside with a shaking hand. There, sitting on top of the stack of plates, was the kebab. No plate under it, just the kebab directly on top of our clean dishes, sauce and all. "Did you put it there?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. "No. Why would I put a kebab in with the clean dishes? Did you?" "Of course not." We stood there staring at this kebab like it was a bomb about to go off. The sauce had congealed, and it looked exactly like it had when Sarah had taken it out of the fridge hours earlier. It hadn't been heated up. "Maybe I did put it away without thinking," Sarah said slowly, but I could tell she didn't believe that. "Both of us watched you put it in the microwave," I said. "I saw you do it. You saw yourself do it. Then how is it here now? And why isn't it on a plate?" I didn't have an answer. I still don't. We ended up throwing the kebab away. Neither of us felt like eating it after that. In fact, we ordered a pizza because Sarah refused to use the microwave again that night. The thing that's really screwing with my head is that I know what I saw. I watched Sarah take that kebab out of the fridge, put it on a plate, and put it in the microwave. I heard the microwave running. I smelled the food heating up. And then it was gone, only to reappear in a completely different place. I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe we both experienced some weird shared hallucination. Maybe one of us sleepwalked and moved it. But none of those explanations make any sense. We were both wide awake and alert. There was no alcohol or drugs involved. And the timeline doesn't add up for someone to have moved it without the other noticing. The weirdest part is the plate. The kebab was definitely on a plate when it went into the microwave, but it was just sitting directly on our stack of clean plates when we found it. Where did that original plate go? We haven't found it in any weird places. It's just in the cabinet with the rest of the plates, apparently unaffected by whatever weirdness transported the kebab. Sarah and I have barely talked about it since that night. I think we're both afraid to really dig into what happened because there's no explanation that doesn't sound completely insane. I've caught her eyeing the microwave suspiciously a few times, and she's been using the toaster oven instead whenever possible. I've started noticing other small things around the apartment that seem off. A book that I swear was on the coffee table is now on the shelf. A pair of shoes I thought I left by the door are neatly arranged in the closet. Did these things move on their own too? Or am I just becoming paranoid and questioning my own memory? Last night, I woke up at around 3 a.m. and went to get a glass of water. As I passed through the living room, I noticed the microwave display was flashing, like it does when there's been a power outage. But none of our other appliances were flashing, and we hadn't had any storms or power issues. When I went to reset it, I swear I could smell kebab again, just for a split second. That garlic sauce and spice smell exactly like what I'd smelled that night. I quickly checked the microwave and all the cabinets, but nothing was out of place. I haven't told Sarah about that part. I don't want to freak her out more than she already is, but I can't stop thinking about it. What happened to our kebab that night? Where did it go for those few hours? And more importantly, what moved it? I know this all sounds ridiculous. A disappearing kebab isn't exactly a ghost story or some terrifying paranormal encounter, but the implications of it are what keep me up at night. If objects can disappear and reappear in our apartment, what else might be happening that we're not noticing? I've started taking pictures of how I leave rooms before I go to bed, just to make sure things are where I left them in the morning. Sarah thinks I'm being paranoid, but I've caught her double-checking the locks on the doors and windows more often. The thing is, I don't feel threatened exactly. Whatever happened doesn't seem malicious, just impossible. And that's almost worse, because if something impossible happened once, what's stopping it from happening again? What if next time it's something more important than leftover takeout? I keep thinking about that joke I made about a higher dimensional being hungry. It was just a stupid comment to break the tension, but what if there's something to it? What if there are things happening in our apartment, in our reality, that we can't perceive or understand? I've never been a superstitious person. I've always believed there's a logical explanation for everything. But I can't find a logical explanation for this. The kebab disappeared from a closed microwave and reappeared in a closed cabinet, with no way for either of us to have moved it without the other seeing. It's been a week now, and nothing else major has happened. But I can't shake this feeling that something fundamental about my understanding of reality has shifted, like I've glimpsed behind a curtain I wasn't supposed to see behind, and now I can't unsee it. Sarah and I are doing okay. We're trying to joke about it now, blaming the kebab thief whenever one of us can't find something. But there's an undercurrent of uneasiness that wasn't there before. And sometimes, when I catch Sarah staring at that microwave with a distant look in her eyes, I know she's thinking the same thing I am. What really happened that night? And will it happen again? I still get goosebumps thinking about this. I've told a few close friends, but they just laugh it off or tell me I must have overlooked something. But I know what happened, and it still freaks me out to this day. This happened back in summer 2017, right after I graduated high school. I was living at home with my parents while figuring out college plans. My room was pretty basic, just a mattress on a box spring, a small desk for my laptop, and a dresser. I've always been kind of minimalist, and I kept my room super clean and organized. There weren't many places for things to hide, which is why what happened was so unsettling. I had these big pink and white over-ear headphones that I absolutely loved. They weren't anything fancy or super expensive, but they were comfortable and had good sound quality. I listened to music constantly while studying, falling asleep, or just chilling in my room. I always kept them right next to my pillow for easy access. My bed was pushed against the wall, and at least 2 or 3 times a week, my headphones would slip between the mattress and the wall while I was sleeping. It was such a regular occurrence that I developed a habit of just reaching down without looking to grab them in the morning. They always landed in exactly the same spot, wedged about halfway down between the mattress and wall. I could reach them without even looking. One morning in July, I woke up and went to grab my headphones like usual. I reached down into the gap without looking, feeling around for them. Nothing. I figured maybe they'd fallen a bit further down than usual, so I leaned over and looked between the mattress and wall. They weren't there. At first I wasn't concerned, just mildly annoyed. I thought maybe I'd put them somewhere else before falling asleep. I checked my nightstand, under my pillow, under the bed. Nothing. I even checked if they were still connected to my phone, but they weren't. After a few minutes of searching, I started to get frustrated. My room was small and neat. There weren't many places they could be. I pulled my mattress completely away from the wall, thinking maybe they'd somehow gotten trapped in a weird position. The space was completely empty except for a little dust. I checked under the box spring, in my sheets, in my pillowcase. I emptied my small trash can. I checked my dresser drawers, my desk drawers, my backpack. Nothing. I asked my parents if they'd seen them. My mom hadn't been in my room at all, and my dad only came in once to bring me clean laundry, but didn't touch anything near my bed. They helped me look, but we couldn't find them anywhere. What was weird was that I distinctly remembered using them the night before. I always listened to music before falling asleep. There was no way I misplaced them somewhere outside my room because I hadn't left my room with them. After a thorough search of my entire room, moving furniture, checking inside the air vent, looking in every possible hiding spot, I was completely stumped. It made no sense. My headphones had vanished into thin air. The next few days, I kept looking, thinking maybe I'd overlooked something. I checked the same spots over and over, but they were just gone. After about 3 days, I reluctantly ordered a replacement pair online, black ones from a different brand because they were on sale. They arrived 2 days later, and while they weren't as comfortable as my original pair, they did the job. I used the new black headphones for about a week, being extra careful not to let them fall between the mattress and wall. But habits are hard to break, and eventually they slipped down into that same gap while I was sleeping. The next morning, I leaned over to retrieve them. When I reached down into the gap, I felt the familiar shape of headphones and pulled them out. But when I looked at what was in my hand, my stomach dropped. They were my original pink and white headphones, not the black ones that had fallen. I froze, staring at them in disbelief. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I distinctly remembered the black ones falling, but somehow I was holding my original pair, the ones that had been missing for over a week. I immediately looked back down into the gap, and there, exactly where they always landed, were my new black headphones. My original pink and white ones had been sitting right on top of them. I felt sick. My hands were shaking as I pulled out the black headphones, too. I sat there on my bed, holding both pairs, trying to make sense of what was happening. It felt like the air in my room had gotten heavier, and the hairs on my arms were standing up. There was absolutely no logical explanation. I had searched my entire room multiple times. That space between my mattress and the wall was completely empty. I had checked it thoroughly when looking for my original headphones. They couldn't have been there the whole time, and there's no way I would have missed them. They were bright pink and white, not exactly camouflaged against my white wall and blue sheets. My first thought was that someone was messing with me, but that made no sense either. My parents rarely came into my room, and neither of them would pull a prank like this. Plus, they had helped me search for the headphones and seemed genuinely confused when we couldn't find them. We didn't have any other family staying with us. No friends had visited, and we didn't have a housekeeper or anyone else who could have access to my room. I was home almost constantly during that week. I only left for a few short trips to the grocery store or to meet friends for coffee. The headphones couldn't have been taken and then returned without me noticing. And why would anyone do that anyway? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had actually put them somewhere unusual and forgotten. But I had searched everywhere. Maybe they had somehow gotten stuck in the box spring. But I had checked there multiple times. Maybe they fell deeper into some crevice in the wall. But the wall was solid, and there were no crevices or holes. I called my dad into my room and showed him both pairs of headphones. He was as confused as I was. He suggested maybe the original pair had been in the laundry basket when he brought my clean clothes in, and they fell out when he set the basket down. But that didn't make sense. I never put my headphones in the laundry basket, and I distinctly remembered using them the night before they disappeared. For a few days after, I felt uneasy in my room. I kept looking around, expecting to find other things disappearing or reappearing. I started taking photos of how I left things when I went to bed, just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Nothing else strange happened, but the incident with the headphones was enough to leave me deeply unsettled. What bothers me most is that there's no explanation that makes sense. If the headphones had just been misplaced and then found, that would be one thing. But they weren't just misplaced. They were gone. I searched every inch of my room multiple times, and then suddenly they were back exactly where they should have been all along, sitting right on top of their replacements. I still have both pairs of headphones. The original pink and white ones still work perfectly. No damage, no signs of where they might have been for that week. Sometimes I look at them and get that same cold feeling I had when I first pulled them out from between the mattress and wall. I've tried to find scientific explanations. Could there be some weird space-time anomaly in my room? Did the headphones somehow slip into another dimension temporarily? Did I experience some bizarre form of memory lapse? None of these explanations seem plausible, but neither does the idea that objects can just disappear and reappear a week later. Since then, I've read about other people experiencing similar phenomena with objects vanishing and then reappearing in obvious places that had already been searched. Some call it the DOP, disappearing object phenomenon. I don't know if that's what happened to me, but it's somewhat comforting to know I'm not alone in experiencing something like this. These days, I keep my headphones in a drawer when I'm not using them. I don't trust leaving them by my pillow anymore. Sometimes when I can't find something, even something small like a pen or a hair tie, I get that same uneasy feeling, wondering if it's going to mysteriously reappear a week later in an impossible location. I've moved out of my parents' house since then, but this experience has stuck with me. I've become almost obsessively organized, taking photos of where I put important items, because I never want to question my own memory or sanity like that again. I know how this sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think they were exaggerating or had simply overlooked something. But I know what happened. Those headphones vanished completely for over a week, despite multiple thorough searches, and then reappeared exactly where they should have been all along, sitting on top of their replacements as if they just spawned back into existence. I still don't have an explanation, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. Some things just defy logical explanation, and this is one of them. All I know is that something impossible happened in my room that summer, and it's changed how I think about reality. Sometimes I catch myself staring at ordinary objects, wondering if they too might suddenly decide to slip away into whatever unknown place my headphones visited for that week. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, tried to find logical explanations, but nothing makes sense. I figured maybe writing it all down might help me process it, or maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was April 12th, my birthday. My parents had driven in from their place in rural Pennsylvania to celebrate with me and my husband, Matt. They live about 2 hours away on this little farmhouse property with terrible cell service, so we don't see them as often as I'd like. When they do visit, it's always a big deal. We had reservations at Corelli's, this Italian place downtown that I've been wanting to try forever. Matt and I got there about 15 minutes early because parking downtown is always a nightmare on Friday nights. We managed to find a spot in the back lot behind the restaurant, and as we were walking toward the entrance, I noticed this dirty white Honda CR-V with Pennsylvania plates. I immediately thought, oh, my parents are already here, because they drive a white CR-V that's always covered in dust and mud from their country roads. Their driveway is unpaved, and Mom always complains about how it's impossible to keep the car clean. The level of dirt on this car was exactly what I'd expect from their vehicle. Matt noticed it too and said, "Hey, isn't that your mom sitting in the driver's seat?" I peered through the windshield, and sure enough, there was someone who looked just like my mom sitting there with the car running. I could see the silhouette of a woman with short gray hair cut in the same style my mom wears. I remember thinking it was weird that she was just sitting in the car while Dad was presumably inside already. Mom had knee replacement surgery 8 weeks ago, and she's been having a tough recovery. Maybe she needed a minute before walking in. I pulled out my phone to call her, thinking I'd tell her we were there and could help her inside if she needed it. She picked up on the third ring, and I could hear the distinct restaurant noise in the background. "Hi, sweetie. We're already inside. We got here early and grabbed seats at the bar. Your father's working on a Manhattan already," she said with that little laugh she always does when Dad's having a drink. I felt a chill run down my spine. "You're inside? Right now?" "Yes, honey. We've been here about 20 minutes. Is everything okay?" I looked back at the CR-V. The silhouette was still there, still resembling my mother, but suddenly the whole thing felt deeply wrong. Matt saw my expression change and gave me a confused look. "We're just pulling into the lot now," I lied, not wanting to freak her out. "See you in a minute." I hung up and grabbed Matt's arm. "They're already inside. They've been there for 20 minutes. Matt frowned. "But that looks exactly like your mom in the car, and that's definitely their car, right?" We both stared at the vehicle. White Honda CR-V, Pennsylvania plate, caked in that distinct country road grime. The engine was definitely running. I could see exhaust in the cool evening air. "Let's just go inside," I said, suddenly wanting to be away from that car. My skin was crawling with a feeling I couldn't explain. As we walked away, I resisted the urge to look back over my shoulder. Inside Corelli's, I spotted my parents immediately at the bar. Dad was mid-laugh with the bartender, and Mom was sitting on a stool next to him, her bad leg stretched out slightly. Relief washed over me when I saw them, real and solid, and definitely not sitting in a car outside. I hugged them both, trying to act normal while my mind was spinning. Mom asked if we had trouble finding parking, and I just shrugged and said it wasn't too bad. I didn't mention the car. What would I even say? "Hey, we just saw your doppelgangers outside in a clone of your car?" It sounded insane, and I didn't want to ruin my birthday dinner with weirdness. Throughout the meal, I tried to focus on the food and conversation, but my thoughts kept drifting back to that car. Matt seemed distracted too, and a couple times he caught my eye with a look that said he was thinking about it too. At one point, I excused myself to use the restroom, and on the way back, I peeked out the small window near the entrance to see if the car was still there. It was in the exact same spot, still running. That sick feeling in my stomach intensified. Dinner dragged on for nearly 2 hours, with my parents insisting on dessert for my birthday. Mom kept talking about how glad she was to be out of the house after being cooped up recovering from surgery. Dad told stories about their neighbors' escaped chickens getting into their garden. Normal, everyday stuff that felt surreal, given what was sitting outside in the parking lot. When the check came, my parents insisted on paying, and then Mom mentioned they had brought my birthday present out to the car. "We'll walk you guys out," I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. I needed to see where they had parked. I needed confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. We exited through the front doors, and my parents led us around to the back lot. With each step, my anxiety grew. Matt squeezed my hand, and I knew he was feeling it too. My dad pulled out his keys and pressed the unlock button. The lights flashed on a white Honda CR-V in the exact same parking spot where we had seen the identical vehicle earlier. I froze. "Wait, you parked here? In this exact spot?" Dad looked at me strangely. "Yeah, we got lucky. Found a spot right away." I walked closer, examining the car. It was their car. Same Pennsylvania plate with the distinctive PZ at the end. Same dent in the bumper from when Dad backed into their mailbox last Christmas. Same country road dirt coating the sides and wheel wells. "How long has your car been parked here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Mom checked her watch. "Since about 6:15, I guess. We were a bit early for our reservation." That was over 2.5 hours ago, well before Matt and I had arrived at 7:45. "Was one of you sitting in the car at any point after you parked? Maybe came back out during dinner?" I pressed, knowing the answer already. They both shook their heads. "We came straight inside," Mom said. "My knee was bothering me, so we didn't want to waste time." I looked at Matt, who had gone pale. He was staring at the car like he'd seen a ghost. Dad opened the trunk and pulled out a gift bag. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," he said, but I barely registered it as I mechanically took the bag. "Thank you," I mumbled, still trying to process what was happening. As my parents got into their car, the car that had somehow also been there with someone inside it while they were in the restaurant, Mom rolled down her window and said something that made the whole experience even more unsettling. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the strangest thing happened when we first got here. We were sitting in the car for a minute before going in because I needed to take some pain medication for my knee. Your father suddenly got this weird look on his face and said, 'I feel really weird,' just out of nowhere. Then he was fine a minute later. Isn't that odd?" I nodded numbly. "Yeah, really odd." We waved as they drove away, and Matt and I stood in silence for a long moment in the empty parking space. "You saw it too, right?" I finally said. "There was a car here, identical to theirs, with someone who looked like my mom in the driver's seat." "I saw it," Matt confirmed, his voice low. "Engine running and everything." "But how? How is that possible? They were inside the whole time." We walked back to our car in silence, both of us continually looking over our shoulders. The drive home was tense, with both of us throwing out theories that sounded ridiculous even as we said them. Maybe there was another white CR-V with Pennsylvania plates that just happened to park in the same spot after your parents went inside, Matt suggested, not sounding convinced by his own words. With someone who looked exactly like my mom sitting in it for no reason, and then they left exactly during the window when we were inside, so my parents could park in the identical spot when they left? I shook my head. That's impossible. More impossible than what? A ghost car? Time slipping somehow? Matt ran his hand through his hair in frustration. I don't know, I admitted. None of it makes sense. When we got home, I immediately pulled up my call history. The call to my mom had been at 7:48 p.m. We had seen the car just before that. My parents confirmed they had been inside since about 6:30. The timeline simply didn't work. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette in the car, the perfect outline of my mother's profile, sitting motionless in a running vehicle that couldn't possibly exist. The next morning, I called my mom with some excuse about making sure they got home okay. Then, trying to sound casual, I asked, "By the way, did Dad mention anything more about that weird feeling he had in the car?" There was a pause on the line. "It was strange," she said slowly. "He's never one to talk about things like that, but he said he suddenly felt like he was watching himself from outside his body, like he was in two places at once. It only lasted a moment, but it scared him. That sick feeling came rushing back. Did you feel anything like that?" "No," she said, then hesitated. "But I had the strongest déjà vu when we were leaving, when we walked to the car with you and Matt. I could have sworn we'd done that exact same thing already, standing in that exact spot, saying those exact words. It felt so real." After I hung up, I sat on my couch trying to make sense of it all. Had we somehow witnessed some kind of temporal anomaly? A glimpse of my parents in an alternate timeline? Was it a premonition of something that hasn't happened yet? It's been 4 weeks, and I still check the parking lot whenever we go anywhere. I find myself staring at white SUVs, half expecting to see familiar silhouettes inside. Matt avoids talking about it now, but I've caught him doing the same thing. The rational part of me wants to believe there's a logical explanation, some combination of coincidences and misperceptions that just seemed supernatural in the moment. But another part of me knows what we saw was real. Whatever it was, that car with my mother's doppelganger inside, running in a parking spot that would later be occupied by the actual car, it existed in a way I can't explain. And the thought that keeps me up at night isn't just that we saw something impossible. It's that whatever we saw might have seen us too. I still get chills every time I have to walk past the middle of our staircase, even after almost 4 years. I guess some experiences just stick with you no matter how much time passes. What happened in our house back in 2020 has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. It all started after we moved into this big old Victorian house in Oakwood Heights. My parents found it for a steal, something about the previous owners needing to sell quickly. It was way bigger than our old place, with these high ceilings, creaky wooden floors, and enough bedrooms that I could finally have my own art studio space instead of cramming everything into my bedroom. My dad Thomas, my mom Eleanor, my younger sister Lily, and I were all pretty excited about the move. The first couple months were normal, just the usual unpacking chaos and figuring out which light switch controlled what. I was 24 at the time, staying with my parents to save money while working remotely. Lily was 21, working at a coffee shop downtown while taking classes at the community college. The first weird thing happened about 3 months after we moved in. I was in my studio room working when I heard my dad call out to Lily. I didn't think much of it until I heard him come up the stairs a few minutes later, looking confused. "Is Lily home?" he asked me, standing in my doorway. "I don't think so," I said. "Pretty sure she had the morning shift today." He ran his hand through his hair, looking genuinely puzzled. That's weird. I swear I just saw her sitting on her bed when I walked past her room. I even asked her why she wasn't at work, but when I looked back, the room was empty. We both laughed it off as him being tired or his eyes playing tricks on him. Dad had been working extra hours, and the house did have some weird lighting sometimes, the way the sun came through the old windows. About 2 weeks later, I was alone in the house, deep into a design project in my studio, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I looked up just in time to see Lily walk past my door and head toward the stairs. I called out, "Hey, did you get off early?" but got no response. I figured she had headphones in, so I got up to follow her downstairs. But when I got to the first floor, there was nobody there. I checked every room, thinking maybe she'd gone to grab something from the kitchen or bathroom. Nothing. The house was completely empty, and all the doors were still locked from the inside. I called her phone, and she picked up immediately, telling me she was still at work and wouldn't be home for another couple hours. I convinced myself I was just tired and seeing things. Working from home can mess with your head sometimes, especially when you spend hours staring at a screen. I didn't even tell anyone about it. It seemed too silly. But then things started happening more frequently, and to other family members too. About 4 months into living in the house, my mom was washing dishes in the kitchen when she saw Lily walk past her toward the back door. Mom asked her if she could bring in the mail when she went outside. According to Mom, Lily said, "Sure," and continued walking out to the garden. 20 minutes later, Mom realized the mail hadn't been brought in, so she went to find Lily. The backyard was empty. Mom called out for her, checked the garden shed, even looked around the side of the house. Nothing. She came back inside and called Lily's phone, only to discover that Lily had been out with friends the entire day and wasn't even in the neighborhood. That's when we started talking about it as a family. Each of us had seen something, but we'd all been too embarrassed or confused to bring it up. We joked about having a friendly ghost that just happened to look like Lily. My sister found it creepy, but also kind of cool. She'd always been into supernatural stuff. "Maybe I have a doppelganger," she said during dinner that night. "Isn't that supposed to be bad luck or something?" "It's just the house settling," Dad said firmly. "Old houses make weird noises and play tricks on your eyes." Mom wasn't so sure. "I heard her voice, Thomas. I didn't just see something. I had a conversation with her." I remember the goosebumps that ran up my arms when Mom said that. Seeing something was one thing. Plenty of explanations for that. But hearing a voice that sounded exactly like my sister's, that was harder to brush off. For a while after that conversation, nothing happened. We half convinced ourselves it was just a strange coincidence, or maybe some kind of shared hallucination brought on by the stress of moving and adjusting to a new place. Lily even joked about it sometimes, sneaking up behind me and whispering, "It's your friendly neighborhood doppelganger," to make me jump. Then came the night that I still can't explain, the one that makes me avoid that middle section of our staircase even now. It was about 6 months after we'd moved in. I was in my bedroom editing some photos on my laptop with my headphones on when my phone lit up with a call from my mom. I pulled off my headphones and answered. "Hey, we're picking up takeout from that Thai place on the way home," Mom said. "Can you ask Lily what she wants? She's not answering her phone." "Sure, she's home?" I asked, surprised since I hadn't heard anyone come in. "She texted me about an hour ago saying she was back from class," Mom replied. "Okay, I'll check with her and text you back." I hung up and slipped my phone into my pocket, then headed out of my room toward Lily's bedroom at the other end of the hallway. As I stepped out into the hall, I glanced toward the staircase and froze. Lily was standing on the stairs, not at the top or bottom, but about halfway up, one hand on the railing. She was wearing a blue sweater and jeans, her dark hair falling over her shoulders just like always. But something felt off. She wasn't moving, just standing there staring straight ahead. "Hey, Mom and Dad are getting Thai food," I called to her. "What do you want them to order for you?" She didn't respond or move. I figured maybe she hadn't heard me. "Lily," I called a little louder, "what do you want from the Thai place?" Still nothing. I was about to walk toward the stairs when I heard a voice behind me. "Can you tell them to get me the pad CEW? Not too spicy this time." I felt my entire body go cold. The voice was Lily's voice, coming from behind me, from the direction of her bedroom. I turned my head slowly, still keeping my eyes on the figure on the stairs. "Lily," I called out, my voice barely a whisper now. "Are you in your bedroom?" "Yeah, just finishing up some reading for class," came her voice again, definitely from her room. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I started backing up slowly toward her bedroom door, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure on the stairs. It still hadn't moved, hadn't even seemed to breathe. "Hey, can you come here for a second?" I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. I heard Lily's bed creak as she got up, then footsteps approaching her door. As I reached her doorway, I felt her presence behind me. "What's up?" she asked. I couldn't take my eyes off the figure on the stairs. "Lily," I whispered, "there's someone on the stairs that looks exactly like you." There was a pause, then Lily stepped forward to stand beside me. I heard her sharp intake of breath. "What the actual fuck?" she whispered. The figure on the stairs still hadn't moved. It was just standing there, hand on the railing, staring straight ahead with an empty expression. It looked solid, not transparent like you'd expect a ghost to be. It was wearing exactly what Lily was wearing that day, the blue sweater, the jeans. Its hair was the same length, the same color. "What do we do?" Lily whispered, clutching my arm so tight it hurt. I didn't know what to do. Call the police? What would we even say? There's a copy of my sister standing on our stairs. Run from the house. But what if it followed us? As we stood there, frozen in fear, the figure finally moved. It slowly turned its head toward us. The movement wasn't natural. It was too smooth, too mechanical. When its face fully turned to us, I felt my stomach drop. It had Lily's features, but the eyes were wrong. They were completely blank, like there was nothing behind them. Then, as we watched, the figure began to fade. Not like in movies where ghosts dissolve into mist. It was more like someone was turning down the opacity on a photo. It became less and less solid until we could see the staircase through it. And then it was gone completely. We both stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. Lily was shaking against me, and I realized I was trembling too. "Tell me you saw that," she finally whispered. "Tell me that really happened." "I saw it," I confirmed, my mouth dry. "We both saw it." We ended up sleeping in the same room that night, like we were kids again. We told our parents when they got home, but I could tell they didn't fully believe us, even though they'd had their own experiences. Seeing something briefly out of the corner of your eye is one thing. Watching a full-bodied apparition of your daughter or sister standing on the stairs and then slowly fade away is something else entirely. The weirdest part is that after that night, nothing happened again. No more sightings, no more voices, no more Lily duplicates walking around the house. It just stopped. We actually had a family meeting about whether we should move out. But since nothing else happened for a few weeks, we eventually decided to stay. I've researched everything I could about doppelgangers, ghosts, shadow people, everything. I've found stories of people seeing doubles of their loved ones, but nothing quite like what we experienced. Some theories about parallel universes, about thin spots, where different realities can bleed into each other. Nothing that feels like a solid explanation. Sometimes I wonder if the house itself caused it somehow. If there's something about the structure, the location, or the history that we don't know. The real estate agent was pretty vague about the previous owners, just saying they had to relocate suddenly for work. I've tried looking them up online, but haven't had any luck finding them. It's been almost 4 years now, and all 4 of us still live in this house. The incidents are like a strange shared secret we have. We don't talk about it much anymore, but I know none of us have forgotten. Dad still occasionally glances twice when he passes Lily's room. Mom still sometimes calls out to confirm it's really Lily she's seeing in another room. And me? I still can't walk past that middle section of the staircase without feeling like something's watching me. What bothers me most isn't even the fear. It's the not knowing. What was it? Why did it look like Lily? Where did it come from, and where did it go? And most of all, will it ever come back? Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and I'm alone in my room, I swear I can hear footsteps on the stairs. I never go check. Some things you just don't want to see twice. I still get chills thinking about what happened that night 4 years ago. I was 16, my brother Caleb was 19, and we were home alone while our parents were away for the weekend visiting our grandparents. We've always been close despite the age gap, and we'd spend hours playing video games together when our parents weren't around to tell us to go to bed. That Friday night was nothing special at first. We ordered pizza, stocked up on energy drinks, and settled in for an all-night gaming session in the living room. Our house in Millbrook is pretty standard. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and enough space that you don't feel cramped. My bedroom connects to Caleb's through a Jack and Jill bathroom, which was convenient when we were younger, and I'd get scared at night. We played until almost 4 a.m. I remember checking my phone and thinking I should probably get some sleep since I had plans to meet friends the next afternoon. My eyes were burning from staring at the screen for so long, and I was starting to make stupid mistakes in the game. "I'm done," I announced, standing up and stretching. "I can't feel my butt anymore." Caleb just nodded, completely engrossed in the game. He had his headphones on and was in the middle of some intense raid with his online friends. I knew he'd be up for at least another hour. I shuffled to my bedroom, our sausage dog Frankie following at my heels. He's this stubby little dachshund with legs so short he can barely jump onto my bed without help. Frankie always slept with me, curled up against my back like a warm, snoring pillow. My room was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Clothes scattered on the floor, makeup all over my dresser, and my bed unmade. I didn't bother turning on the main light, just flipped on my bedside lamp and started getting ready for bed. Frankie hopped onto my bed, after 2 failed attempts, and settled into his spot, watching me with those droopy eyes. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom when this weird feeling washed over me. It's hard to explain, like when you suddenly remember you left the stove on, but worse. My stomach dropped, and the hair on my arms stood up. I rinsed my mouth quickly and hurried back to my bedroom. Without thinking, I walked straight to my bedroom door. It was still open a crack from when I'd come in earlier. I never locked my door, like, ever. Our parents had a strict open-door policy in the house, and the only time I'd ever lock it was to change clothes if Caleb had friends over. But something made me close it completely and turn the lock. The click was oddly satisfying, like I'd just done something I absolutely needed to do. I stood there for a second with my hand still on the doorknob, wondering why I'd felt compelled to lock it. That's when I heard it, a soft, barely audible shh. At first I thought it was just the sound of the air conditioning kicking on, or maybe Caleb in the living room. But it sounded closer, right outside my door. I froze, straining to hear better. Then I noticed Frankie. He was sitting up on my bed, staring at the door with his ears perked. He was growling, not his usual loud, yappy bark that he did whenever anyone came to the front door or walked past our house, but a low, continuous growl deep in his throat. His little body was rigid, and he wouldn't take his eyes off the door. "Frankie?" I whispered, but he didn't even look at me. That's when the doorknob started to rattle. Not like someone was trying to open it. This was violent, erratic movement, like nothing I'd ever seen. The entire knob was shaking and twisting back and forth so hard I thought it might break off. It reminded me of someone tweaking on meth. We had to watch those awful drug awareness videos in health class. The movement was unnatural, almost mechanical, but somehow angry. My first thought was that Caleb was messing with me. He'd pulled pranks before, and this seemed like something he might do, especially after a night of energy drinks and horror games. But Frankie never growled at Caleb, and the way the doorknob was moving, it didn't seem human. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The rattling got more violent, and I swear I could hear breathing on the other side. Heavy, ragged breathing that didn't sound like my brother. Without thinking, I ran to the bathroom that connected our rooms. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, then unlocked and flung open Caleb's door. I needed to get to him, to tell him someone was in our house. But when I burst into his room, what I saw made my blood run cold. Caleb was sitting at his desk, headphones on, back to me, still playing his game. He hadn't moved. There was absolutely no way he could have been at my door and then gotten back to his chair in the few seconds it took me to run through the bathroom. Someone else was in our house. "Caleb!" I screamed, rushing over to him. I grabbed his arm so hard he jumped and yanked off his headphones. "What the hell, Emma?" he snapped, but his expression changed when he saw my face. "What's wrong?" I could barely get the words out. "There's someone. My door. The knob is shaking. Someone's trying to get in." He stared at me for a second like I was crazy. "Are you serious right now?" "Yes." My voice was high and thin with panic. "Frankie's growling at the door and the knob is shaking like nothing I've ever seen. It's not normal, Caleb." To his credit, he didn't dismiss me. He stood up immediately, looking around his room for something to use as a weapon. The only thing within reach was his flashlight, and bizarrely, a Batman action figure on his shelf. He grabbed both and motioned for me to stay behind him. "Stay close," he whispered, and we made our way back through the bathroom. When we got to my room, Frankie was still on the bed, still growling at the door, and the doorknob was still rattling. If anything, it seemed more violent now, like whatever was on the other side was getting frustrated. Caleb stopped short when he saw it. "What the fuck?" he breathed. We stood there frozen for what felt like forever, watching that doorknob twist and shake in ways that defied physics. There was no pattern to it. Sometimes it would slow down for a second, then suddenly jerk with renewed force. "Maybe it's an earthquake," Caleb suggested weakly, but we both knew it wasn't. Nothing else in the room was moving, just that doorknob. After what seemed like forever, Caleb took a step toward the door. I grabbed his arm to stop him, but he shook me off. "I have to see what's doing that," he said. He approached the door slowly, Batman figure held high, like that would do anything against whatever was on the other side. When he was about a foot away, he reached out his free hand toward the still rattling knob. The instant his fingers touched the metal, he jerked back with a yelp of pain. "It shocked me," he gasped, shaking his hand. And just like that, the rattling stopped. Complete silence fell over the room. Even Frankie stopped growling, though he stayed alert, staring at the door. We waited, hardly daring to breathe. 1 minute passed, 2. Nothing happened. Maybe it was just static electricity, I suggested, not believing it myself. Caleb shook his head. That wasn't static, it felt different, stronger. He cautiously touched the knob again. Nothing happened. No shock, no movement. It was just a normal doorknob now. "Should we check the rest of the house?" I asked, terrified of the answer. "Yeah," Caleb said, though he looked as scared as I felt. "Stay behind me." We searched every room, every closet, under every bed. We checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked from the inside, exactly as we'd left it. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had broken in or was hiding in the house. When we got back to my room, Frankie had calmed down and was curled up on my bed again like nothing had happened. The doorknob remained still. "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking. "What was that? Did you hear the shushing sound too?" Caleb shook his head. "I didn't hear anything except the game until you came in yelling." We sat on my bed trying to make sense of it. Caleb suggested all the logical explanations. Maybe the house was settling, maybe it was some weird pressure thing with the air vents, maybe Frankie had bumped against the door somehow, but none of those explained the violent movement we'd both witnessed, or why Frankie was growling at the door, or the shh sound I'd heard. "Do you want to sleep in my room tonight?" Caleb finally asked. I nodded gratefully. There was no way I was staying alone in my room after that. I grabbed my pillow and Frankie, and we set up camp on Caleb's floor. Neither of us slept much. I kept thinking I heard noises, and Caleb would sit up every time I did, listening intently before telling me it was nothing. The next morning in the daylight, everything seemed less scary. We checked my door again. The knob worked perfectly normally, and there were no signs of damage or tampering. We even took it apart to see if something mechanical could have caused the rattling, but everything was standard. My parents came home Sunday night, and we decided not to tell them. What would we say? "Hey, Mom and Dad, we think a ghost tried to get into Emma's room." They'd either think we were making it up or that we'd been doing drugs or something. But it wasn't over. For the next 3 nights, I slept with my door locked, and each night, at almost exactly 4 a.m., the rattling would start again. Not as violent as the first night, but definitely the same unnatural movement. Frankie would growl, I'd wake up terrified, and after a few minutes it would stop. I told Caleb, but he never heard it from his room, and by the time he'd come to check, it would always be over. On the 4th night, nothing happened, or the 5th, or any night after that. Whatever it was seemed to have given up or moved on. We've talked about it over the years, trying to make sense of it. Caleb thinks maybe there was some kind of electrical issue with the wiring in the doorknob, though that doesn't explain why it only happened at 4 a.m., or why he got shocked when he touched it. I've wondered if someone did break in that night and was trying to get into my room, but then how did they get past our locked doors and windows without leaving any trace? The thing that still haunts me is Frankie's reaction. Dogs can sense things we can't. and he was absolutely certain there was something or someone on the other side of that door. He's passed away since then. He was already old when this happened. But I still think about how he stared at that door, how certain he was of the danger. I've moved out now for college, but when I visit home, I still lock my bedroom door at night. I still get that cold feeling in the pit of my stomach when I hear the air conditioning kick on and it makes a sound like shh. And sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, I swear I can feel the doorknob rattling, even though when I look, everything is perfectly still. I've been debating whether to post this for a long time. It happened back in 2020, but I still get chills thinking about it. I'm not one for supernatural stuff. I've always been the rational one in my family. But what happened in that house in Ravenwood has no logical explanation, and it still messes with my head. We moved into this massive Victorian in January 2020, right before everything went crazy with the pandemic. My dad got a new job in the area, and the housing market was good, so my parents decided to upgrade from our cramped suburban home to this sprawling old place. 3 floors, creaky stairs, those weird little alcoves Victorian houses always have. You know the type. It was built in 1897, according to the realtor, who conveniently failed to mention anything weird about the place. My sister Jasmine was 16 at the time. I was 22 and had just finished college, so I moved back in temporarily while looking for work. The first month was normal, just unpacking, getting used to the weird drafts and settling noises that come with old houses. My room was on the 2nd floor, Jasmine's was at the end of the hallway, and my parents had the master bedroom on the opposite end. The first incident happened about a month after we moved in. I remember it clearly because it was during that weird period when we were all starting to hear about this virus but weren't really worried yet. My dad came down for breakfast looking confused. He asked Jasmine if she'd been up late reading. She said no, she'd crashed early because she had a test. That's when Dad got this strange look on his face. I could have sworn I saw you sitting on your bed at like 2 a.m. when I got up to use the bathroom, he said. Your legs were dangling off the side and you were just sitting there. I asked if you were okay, but when I stepped into the room, you weren't there anymore. We all kind of laughed it off. Dad's getting old. Probably just saw a shadow or something, right? Except it happened again 2 weeks later. This time to me. I had converted one of the spare rooms into a little studio where I was working on some freelance graphic design. I was deep in concentration when I saw Jasmine walk past my door and head downstairs. I called out asking if she could bring me back a soda if she was going to the kitchen. No answer. I figured she didn't hear me and went back to work. About 10 minutes later, I heard her laughing with Mom in the kitchen, so I went down to grab that soda myself. When did you come downstairs? I asked her. Just now, she said. I've been doing homework in my room all afternoon. Mom confirmed Jasmine had just come down. I felt this weird chill. I knew I'd seen her walk past my door earlier. It wasn't a glimpse or a shadow. It was her, with her typical hoodie and messy ponytail. I told them what I saw, and we all kind of nervously laughed it off as me being too absorbed in my work, but I knew what I saw. These little incidents kept happening. Dad would see Jasmine in the living room, then find her upstairs. Mom would swear Jasmine had just asked her something in the kitchen, but Jasmine would be on a video call with friends in her room. We started keeping a mental log of these occurrences, and they were happening at least once a week. By April, the pandemic had us all locked down together, so we were very aware of each other's whereabouts. There was no mistaking when someone was or wasn't home. That's when things got really freaky. One Saturday morning, Jasmine had gotten permission to go to her friend Emma's house. They were in the same bubble since Emma's mom worked with our mom. It was one of the few social interactions allowed at that time. I was in my room working on a project when I heard Mom gasp from the kitchen. Later, she told us she had been washing dishes when Jasmine walked past her, heading toward the living room. Mom said, "I thought you were at Emma's." And the Jasmine thing replied, "Just got back going to watch TV." Mom finished the dishes and went to the living room, but no one was there. Confused, she called Emma's mom, who confirmed Jasmine was still at their house and had been there all morning. That was the first time whatever this was had actually spoken. Up until then, it had just been sightings, glimpses of Jasmine in places she couldn't possibly be. But this thing had talked to Mom. It had responded like it was really her. We sat down as a family that night and talked about it. Jasmine was freaked out, understandably. How would you feel knowing something was walking around looking exactly like you? We discussed moving, but with the pandemic in full swing and Dad's job being the only stable income we had, it wasn't really an option. We decided to document everything instead. For the next couple of months, we kept a shared note on our phones where we'd record every sighting, time, place, what Jasmine was doing, and where the real Jasmine actually was. The pattern was inconsistent. Sometimes we'd go weeks without an incident, then have 3 in one day. The doppelganger never did anything threatening. It just existed in spaces where Jasmine should have been. Then came July 15th. I remember the date because it was my mom's birthday, and we'd ordered takeout as a treat. I was in my room on a video call with some college friends when my phone rang. It was my parents asking what Jasmine wanted from the Chinese place down the street. I told them I'd ask her and hung up. I stepped out of my room and froze. There, standing on the staircase between the 2nd and 3rd floors, was Jasmine. She was about halfway up, just standing there, one hand on the railing. She was wearing her favorite green hoodie and jeans. "Hey, what do you want from the Chinese place?" I called up to her. No response. She just stood there, staring ahead, not at me, just forward. "Jasmine, did you hear me? Mom and Dad want to know what you want to order." Still nothing. Then, from behind me, I heard, "Tell them spring rolls and the beef with broccoli." I felt all the blood drain from my face. That was Jasmine's voice, coming from her bedroom, which was behind me. The door was partially open. Without taking my eyes off the figure on the stairs, I called out, "Jasmine, are you in your bedroom?" "Yeah, I'm just finishing this stupid algebra assignment," she replied from behind the door. I started slowly backing toward her room, keeping my eyes fixed on the Jasmine thing on the stairs. It didn't move, didn't turn to look at me, didn't react at all. But as I watched, it seemed to. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It started to get less solid. Not like it was fading away exactly, but like it was becoming less defined around the edges. When I reached Jasmine's door, I pushed it open while still facing the stairs. There was my sister, sitting cross-legged on her bed with her laptop, totally real and solid and alive. I grabbed her arm. I needed to feel that she was real. "Ow! What the hell, Marcus?" she protested. "Look," I whispered, pointing toward the door. She got up and stood beside me. We both peered out into the hallway. The figure was still there, but now it was definitely fading, like a photograph being exposed to too much light. Jasmine made a small strangled noise in the back of her throat. "Is that me?" she whispered. I nodded, unable to find words. We watched, paralyzed, as the thing on the stairs continued to fade. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds, Jasmine pushed her door shut. When we gathered the courage to open it again a minute later, the staircase was empty. That night, none of us slept well. We didn't talk much during dinner. What was there to say? We'd all seen it now. This thing that looked like Jasmine but wasn't her. It wasn't a hallucination or a trick of the light. It was something else. The next day, Dad called a priest, even though we're not particularly religious. The priest came and blessed the house, looking skeptical the whole time. A week later, we had a spiritual cleansing done by some woman Mom found online. Neither seemed to make any difference. The sightings continued through August and into September. I started doing research, digging into the history of the house. No tragic deaths, no missing children. Nothing that would explain a ghost or whatever this was. The previous owners were an older couple who had lived there for 30 years without incident, or so they claimed when Dad called them. By October, we had almost gotten used to it. As terrifying as it was to see a duplicate of Jasmine wandering around, the doppelganger never did anything harmful. It just existed in our space, like an echo or a glitch. We developed habits, always calling out to confirm if the Jasmine we were seeing was the real one, always double-checking before having conversations. The last major incident happened in late October. We were all downstairs watching a movie when we heard footsteps above us in Jasmine's room. All four of us froze. We looked at each other, then at Jasmine sitting right there on the couch. Dad grabbed a baseball bat, and we all went upstairs together. The light in Jasmine's room was on, and her closet door was open. Clothes were scattered on the bed like someone had been looking through them, but no one was there. We checked every corner, under the bed, inside the closet. Nothing. As we stood there, confused and scared, the bedroom light flickered once, twice, then went out completely. When Dad flipped the switch back on, everything was exactly as Jasmine had left it earlier. Closet closed, no clothes on the bed. After that night, the sightings began to decrease. By December, they had stopped entirely. We don't know why. Maybe the house got bored of playing tricks on us. Maybe whatever energy was causing it dissipated. Or maybe, and this is the theory that keeps me up at night, maybe the doppelganger finally figured out how to perfectly mimic Jasmine, and we just can't tell the difference anymore. It's been almost 4 years now. We still live in the house. The pandemic and financial reality made moving impossible. Nothing like that has happened since, but I still can't walk up those stairs without remembering the image of Jasmine standing there, not moving, not responding, just existing in a way that no human should. I still find myself checking sometimes. If I see Jasmine come downstairs, I might casually ask her something about earlier to confirm she's really her. I still sleep with my door locked, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see her in 2 places at once. But when I look directly, there's only ever one Jasmine. Whatever happened in that house during those 6 months, it changed how I understand reality. I don't believe in coincidences or hallucinations anymore. Sometimes I wonder if it could happen again, or if it could start happening with the rest of us. Every time I pass a mirror, there's this split second where I'm afraid I might see myself already walking away. I still can't explain what happened to me last summer, and I'm honestly not sure I want to. Some things are better left unknown, right? I've been debating whether to post this for months, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I haven't been able to sleep well since it happened. I live in Seacliff, this small coastal town where nothing ever happens. Seriously, The most exciting thing here is when a new flavor of ice cream arrives at the local shop. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest crime is usually someone's dog pooping on their neighbor's lawn. My parents were out of town for the weekend visiting my grandma, leaving me, 16, and my brother Nathan, 19, alone at the house. It was a Friday night, and we decided to have one of our gaming marathons like we always did when our parents were away. We'd been playing this new horror game Nathan had bought, and I was totally crushing him, which he hated. Our living room was a mess, empty pizza boxes, energy drink cans scattered everywhere, and chips crushed into the carpet. Mom would have killed us. Our dog Rusty, this stubby little dachshund mix, was curled up on the couch watching us play. He's normally super protective, barking at literally anyone who comes near our house. The mailman barks. Dad coming home from work barks. A leaf blowing across our yard? You guessed it. Barks his head off. We played until almost 4 a.m. My eyes were burning from staring at the screen for so long, and I was starting to make stupid mistakes in the game. Nathan was still going strong. He can literally play for days without sleep. But I finally gave up after he beat me 3 times in a row. "I'm done," I announced, throwing my controller down on the couch. "My brain is fried." Nathan barely looked up, already starting another round. "Weak," he muttered, immediately putting his headphones back on and tuning me out completely. Our house has this weird layout where my bedroom and Nathan's are connected by a Jack and Jill bathroom. I trudged through the dark hallway to my room, Rusty following at my heels. I was so tired I could barely keep my eyes open. I remember thinking I'd just collapse into bed without even changing into pajamas. But when I got to my doorway, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. It was like when you feel someone watching you, but worse. My room looked normal. Messy bed, clothes on the floor, fairy lights strung across my ceiling that I hadn't turned off before our gaming session. But something felt wrong, really wrong. I hesitated in the doorway for a second before walking in. Rusty came in with me but was acting strange. He wasn't his usual bouncy self. He was slinking low to the ground, staying close to my legs. As I was about to close my door, I got this overwhelming urge to lock it. I never lock my door, literally never. Our parents never made us lock our doors, and I've always hated the feeling of being trapped in a room. But in that moment, I felt like I absolutely had to lock it. My hand was shaking as I turned the lock. The click it made seemed way too loud in the quiet house. That's when I heard it, a soft shh sound, like someone telling another person to be quiet. It was barely audible, but I definitely heard it. I froze. My first thought was that Nathan was trying to prank me. He loves scaring me, especially after we play horror games. But the sound didn't come from the bathroom we shared. It came from somewhere else in the house. I looked down at Rusty, and what I saw made my blood run cold. He was staring at my bedroom door, his body tense, a low, continuous growl rumbling in his throat. But he wasn't barking. Rusty always barks at everything. The fact that he was just growling, like he was afraid to make too much noise, terrified me more than if he'd been barking his head off. Then the doorknob started to rattle. Not like someone trying to open it. This was violent, erratic movement, like the knob was being electrocuted. It was vibrating so fast it became a blur. The whole door was shaking in its frame. The only way I can describe it is like someone tweaking on crystal meth was trying to get in, but even that doesn't capture how unnatural the movement was. It wasn't human. My first instinct was still to blame Nathan. I was scared, but also angry, thinking he was taking a prank too far. I ran across my room to the bathroom door, flung it open, and sprinted through to Nathan's room. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and there he was, sitting at his desk, headphones on, still playing his game, completely oblivious. There's no way, absolutely no way, he could have made it back to his room that quickly. The rattling had still been happening as I opened the bathroom door. It was physically impossible for him to be the one doing it. I grabbed his shoulder and he jumped, ripping his headphones off. "What the hell, Olivia?" he shouted, annoyed at being interrupted. I was hyperventilating, trying to explain what was happening. "The doorknob, my door, something's trying to get in." He stared at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about? Listen to me." I was practically screaming now. "Something's at my door. The knob is shaking. It's not normal, Nathan." He must have seen the genuine terror on my face, because his expression changed from annoyed to concerned. "Liv, calm down. It's probably just Rusty scratching at the door." "Rusty is in my room," I was crying now. "And he's not barking. He's just growling. Something's wrong." Nathan stood up slowly. I could tell he didn't fully believe me, but was humoring me. "Okay, let's go check it out." "I'm not going back in there alone," I insisted. He sighed and looked around his room. He grabbed his metal flashlight, one of those heavy mag lights that could double as a weapon, and, I kid you not, a Batman action figure from his shelf. I almost laughed despite my terror. "Batman? Seriously?" I whispered as we walked through the bathroom. "Hey, it was the closest thing," he muttered, looking embarrassed. "And he's got pointy ears." When we entered my room, Rusty was still in the same spot, still growling softly, and the doorknob was still rattling, violently shaking in a way that defied explanation. It wasn't making any noise, just vibrating at an impossible speed. Nathan stopped dead in his tracks. "What the actual fuck?" he whispered. Seeing my tough older brother scared made everything 1,000 times worse. "Nathan isn't afraid of anything. He's the one who checks under my bed when I think there are monsters, who kills spiders without flinching, who walks through the cemetery at night on a dare." But in that moment, he looked as terrified as I felt. "I told you," I whispered back, gripping his arms so tight my knuckles were white. We stood frozen for what felt like forever, just watching the doorknob shake. Nathan slowly raised the flashlight as if that would help against whatever was on the other side of the door. "Should we open it?" he finally asked, his voice cracking. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "No!" "We need to see what it is," he insisted, though I could tell he didn't want to. He took one small step forward, then another. I stayed rooted to my spot, unable to move. Rusty's growling got louder as Nathan approached the door. When Nathan was about a foot away from the door, he slowly extended his hand toward the still vibrating knob. The moment his fingertips touched the metal, there was a sharp cracking sound, and he jerked back. "Shit!" he yelped, dropping the flashlight. "It shocked me!" And just like that, the rattling stopped. The doorknob became still. The room fell silent except for our heavy breathing and Rusty's fading growls. Nathan turned to look at me, rubbing his fingers. "Did you see that? It fucking shocked me." I nodded, too scared to speak. We stood there for several minutes, waiting to see if anything else would happen. Eventually, Nathan carefully opened the door and peeked out into the hallway. Nothing. He checked the entire house, with me and Rusty trailing close behind him. There was no sign of anyone or anything unusual. We ended up both sleeping in the living room with all the lights on, Rusty between us. Neither of us wanted to be alone, and I definitely wasn't going back to my room. For the next few nights, I slept with my door locked, something I'd never done before. And on 3 of those nights, I heard it again, that same violent rattling of the doorknob. Each time, Rusty would growl but never bark, and each time I was too terrified to do anything but hide under my covers until it stopped. After about a week, the rattling never happened again. It just stopped. No explanation, no closure, nothing. We checked the house for signs of intrusion, looked at the doorknob for damage, even set up Nathan's GoPro one night to try to catch it on video, but we never recorded anything. My parents thought we were making it up when we finally told them, and maybe I would too if I hadn't experienced it. There's absolutely no logical explanation. Rusty is way too short to reach the doorknob, and even if he could, a dog can't make a doorknob vibrate like that. And the shock Nathan felt was real. His fingers had small red marks on them afterward. I still lock my bedroom door every night now. I know it sounds stupid, but the lock makes me feel safer, even though whatever was trying to get in that night clearly wasn't stopped by it. The worst part is not knowing what it was or if it will ever come back. Sometimes I wonder if it was watching us that whole night while we played games, waiting for us to separate, or if it's still in our house somewhere, biding its time. I try not to think about it too much because when I do, I swear I can hear that faint shh sound again, like it's telling me to keep quiet about what happened. Whatever it wasn't human. I'm sure of that. No person could make a doorknob move that way, and nothing normal would make Rusty act like that. It's been months now, and I've mostly convinced myself it was just some weird electrical thing or something. That's what my brain wants to believe anyway. But deep down, I know better. Something wanted in my room that night, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and it's quiet, I swear I can hear something moving through the walls, waiting for me to leave my door unlocked again. I still can't explain what happened last Thursday, and I'm starting to think I never will. I've been coming back to Ravensport every summer since I was a kid, but now I don't know if I'll ever return. The locals always said the old pier had a strange energy about it, especially during storms, but I dismissed it as small-town superstition. I wish I'd listened. It was around 4 p.m. when I decided to head out for a walk. The sky had been threatening rain all day, and most tourists had already packed up and headed back to their hotels or rental cottages. I've always loved the ocean during storms. Something about the raw power of it clears my head. My girlfriend had stayed back at our rental, claiming she had a bad feeling about the weather, so I went alone. I remember checking the local weather app before leaving. High winds, heavy rain expected, small craft advisory in effect. Perfect storm-watching conditions. I grabbed my rain jacket and drove down to the beach parking lot near the old pier. The lot was practically empty except for 2 cars, a beat-up Subaru that I recognized as belonging to one of the local fishermen, and a black sedan I didn't recognize. The rain was already coming down pretty hard when I got out of my car, but the heavy stuff hadn't started yet. The Ravensport Pier isn't like those boardwalk-style piers with shops and amusements. It's a long, straight concrete structure that extends about a quarter mile into the bay. It was originally built for commercial fishing boats, but these days it's mainly used by locals for fishing or walking. It has high concrete walls on both sides, about chest height, to protect from waves during rough weather. There's only one way on and off, a gate at the beach entrance that's usually open during daylight hours. I stepped onto the pier around 4:15. The wind was picking up, sending sheets of rain sideways, and the waves were crashing against the concrete sides, occasionally spraying up over the walls. Despite the weather, I felt weirdly calm. I always do near the ocean. The pier stretched out ahead of me, disappearing into the mist and rain about halfway down its length. I could just make out the safety railing at the far end, a bright yellow that stood out against the gray backdrop. I was about halfway down the pier when the rain suddenly intensified. It was coming down in buckets now, beating against my jacket and hood. The visibility dropped dramatically, but I decided to continue to the end before turning back. That's when I noticed someone else on the pier. A man in a black sports jacket was at the far end, leaning against the railing, facing out toward the sea. I remember thinking it was odd that anyone else would be out here in this weather, but I figured he might be another storm watcher like me. As I got closer, maybe 50 feet away, he turned slightly, and I could see he was wearing athletic clothes under the jacket, like he was out for a run. He must have seen me too, because he suddenly pushed off from the railing and started jogging toward me. Nothing threatening, just a steady pace like he was finishing up his exercise and heading back. As he got closer, I moved to the right to give him space to pass. He nodded briefly as he went by, just a quick acknowledgement. I caught a glimpse of his face, mid-30s maybe, dark hair plastered to his forehead from the rain, clean-shaven, nothing particularly memorable. I continued to the end of the pier and spent a few minutes watching the waves crash against the rocks below. The rain was really coming down now, and I decided it was time to head back. I turned around and started walking toward shore, hunched against the wind and rain, which was now blowing directly into my face. That's when everything changed. About 100 yards ahead of me, I saw another person running down the pier toward the beach. This person was wearing a bright green jacket, the kind of neon green that stands out even in poor visibility. My first thought was that I hadn't seen this person before, which was strange because I had a clear view of the entire pier when I walked out. The green jacket would have been impossible to miss. I kept walking, puzzled but not yet alarmed. Then it hit me all at once. There was no way this person could have gotten onto the pier without me seeing them. The pier is a straight line with high walls on both sides. There are no stairs down to the water, no alternate entrances, no hiding spots. The only access point is from the beach, and I would have seen anyone coming onto the pier as I was walking out. I stopped walking and looked back toward the end of the pier. That's when my blood ran cold. The man in the black jacket was still there. He was standing at the far end, in almost the exact same spot where I'd first seen him, looking out at the water. There was no mistaking him, same black jacket, same posture. I whipped my head back toward the shore. The green-jacketed runner was still moving away from me, maybe 75 yards ahead now. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had there been 3 of us on the pier all along? No, that was impossible. I had a clear view the entire time. The only other person I'd seen was the man in the black jacket, and he had passed me heading toward the beach. I looked back again. Black jacket was still at the end of the pier. I looked forward. Green jacket was getting further away. That's when panic set in. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was suddenly aware of how isolated I was, trapped on a narrow pier with something that couldn't possibly be there. I started walking again, faster now, trying to keep my eyes on both figures. The green jacket was moving at a steady pace toward the shore. I couldn't see their face, just the back of the jacket and dark pants. They weren't running anymore, just walking briskly. I was about a third of the way back to shore when the green jacket disappeared. I don't mean they reached the end of the pier or turned a corner. There are no corners on the Ravensport pier. I mean 1 second the green jacket was there, and the next it simply wasn't. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me in the rain. I even rubbed them, thinking maybe water had blurred my vision. But when I looked again, there was no one ahead of me on the pier, just empty concrete stretching to the shore. I stopped dead in my tracks. The rain was pelting down harder than ever, and the wind was howling now. I felt exposed and vulnerable, standing alone in the middle of that pier. I turned to look back toward the end. The man in the black jacket was gone too. The pier was completely empty except for me. I should have felt relieved, but instead, a new wave of terror washed over me. I stood frozen, rain soaking through my jacket, trying to process what was happening. Had I imagined both people? Was I losing my mind? No. I was absolutely certain of what I'd seen. The man in the black jacket had been real enough to nod at me as he passed, and the green jacket, I hadn't imagined that either. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, I forced myself to move. I started walking toward the shore again, trying to stay calm. My shoes squeaked on the wet concrete, and every few steps I'd glance behind me, half expecting to see someone following. When I was about halfway back to shore, I heard footsteps. Not my own. These were coming from behind me. The sound was distinct even over the rain and wind, the slap of running shoes on wet concrete. I spun around, heart in my throat, nothing. The pier stretched empty behind me, but the footsteps continued, getting closer. I could hear them clearly now, running, not walking, coming straight toward me. I broke into a run, abandoning any pretense of calm. I sprinted toward the shore, slipping twice on the wet surface, but catching myself before I fell. The footsteps behind me sped up too, matching my pace. I risked one glance over my shoulder. Empty pier, but the footsteps were right there, just a few feet behind me now. So close, I could hear the rhythm of them, the slight scuff as they hit the concrete. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning, my legs trembling with exertion, but pure adrenaline kept me going. All I could think was that I needed to get off that pier. When I finally reached the shore end, I practically threw myself through the gate and onto the sandy path that led to the parking lot. As soon as my feet hit the sand, the footsteps stopped. I turned around, gasping for breath, rain streaming down my face. The pier was completely empty. No black jacket, no green jacket, no invisible runner. But I wasn't taking any chances. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys before finally getting the door open and throwing myself inside. I locked the doors immediately and sat there, soaking wet and shaking, trying to catch my breath. That's when I noticed the black sedan was gone from the parking lot. Only the old Subaru remained. I don't know why, but this detail made everything feel even more wrong. I started my car and got out of there as fast as I could. Back at our rental, my girlfriend took one look at my face and knew something had happened. I tried to explain, but the words sounded insane even as I said them. She suggested I might have been confused by the poor visibility, or that maybe someone had been hiding behind the concrete walls somehow. But I know what I saw and what I heard. The next morning, after a sleepless night, I drove back to the pier. It was a beautiful sunny day, no trace of yesterday's storm except for some debris washed up on the beach. I walked the entire length of the pier, examining every inch of those walls. They're solid concrete, about 4 feet high, with no breaks or gaps. No place for anyone to hide. The only way onto the pier is from the beach entrance. I even talked to a local fisherman who was setting up his gear. Asked him if he'd ever heard any strange stories about the pier. He gave me an odd look and said, "You mean about the runners?" My blood ran cold. "What runners?" "Just an old local story," he said. suddenly seeming reluctant to continue. They say that during storms people sometimes see joggers on the pier, always two of them. One appears at the end, runs toward shore, then disappears. The other appears from nowhere halfway down. He shrugged. Ghost story, that's all. I pressed him for more, but he clammed up, focusing intently on his fishing tackle. Before I left, he said one more thing. I wouldn't worry about it. They say they've never hurt anyone. They're just passing through. Passing through from where to where, I wanted to ask. But the old man had already turned away. It's been 5 days now, and I still can't stop thinking about what happened on that pier. About the man in the black jacket who was in 2 places at once. About the person in the green jacket who appeared from nowhere and vanished into thin air. About those footsteps chasing me down the pier. The thing that haunts me most is the certainty that something impossible happened. There was no trick of the light, no confusion in the storm. I saw what I saw. I heard what I heard. And I keep coming back to one terrifying thought. What if the pier isn't just a structure built over the water? What if it's something else? A bridge, maybe, but not just from land to sea. I've been looking up theories online about parallel dimensions, about places where the fabric between worlds is thinner. Some people believe that certain locations serve as natural crossing points between realities. Maybe the Ravensport Pier is one of those places. Maybe during storms, when energy is high and chaotic, the boundary weakens. Or maybe I'm just trying to rationalize something that can't be explained. All I know is that I'm not going back to Ravensport, and I'm certainly never setting foot on that pier again, especially not during a storm. Because I keep asking myself, what if those runners weren't just passing through? What if next time they decide to take someone with them when they go? I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me and my boyfriend Matt back in 2014. It's been almost a decade, but I haven't found any explanation, and it still freaks me out when I think about it too much. Back then, I was working at this debt collection agency in Columbus. Not the most rewarding job, but it paid the bills. The schedule was super rigid. 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, plus mandatory overtime every other Saturday. My supervisor, Diane, was a stickler for punctuality and would write you up if you were even 2 minutes late. That Monday had been completely normal, just a regular beginning of the week shift of calling people who didn't want to talk to me. I remember being extra tired because we'd just adopted this hyperactive puppy named Ziggy to keep our older dog Bentley company. Bentley was about 12 then and had arthritis, so he needed help getting up and down the stairs in our apartment. Ziggy, on the other hand, was only 4 months old and needed to go out every few hours to potty train him properly. After work, I drove home to our apartment where Matt was already making dinner. He worked as an IT guy for a local company and usually got home before me. We ate, walked the dogs, and then settled in to watch a couple episodes of Breaking Bad on Netflix. Nothing unusual about any of it. I remember checking the time before bed. It was around 11:30 p.m. when we finally turned everything off. I fell asleep almost immediately. The next thing I remember is waking up needing to pee. When I grabbed my phone to check the time, I nearly had a heart attack. It was 8:13 a.m. I was going to be late for work. I jumped out of bed, shouting at Matt to wake up, and rushed to get ready. I remember grabbing the first outfit I could find, brushing my teeth while trying to put on my shoes, and running out the door without even making coffee. Matt was still half asleep when I left. Somehow I made it to work by 8:58 a.m., sweating and out of breath, but technically on time. I collapsed into my desk chair, feeling like I'd just run a marathon. My coworker Anna, who sat in the cubicle next to mine, looked at me weirdly. "Where were you yesterday?" she asked. I remember being confused. "What do you mean? I was here yesterday, Monday, right?" Anna turned her chair to face me directly. "No, yesterday was Tuesday. You weren't here. We all thought maybe you were sick." I laughed it off at first, thinking she was messing with me. Anna and I were friendly, and she liked to joke around. "Very funny. I was definitely here on Monday." "Yeah, you were here Monday, but today's Wednesday. You missed Tuesday completely." That's when the first wave of panic hit me. I quickly clicked on my computer calendar. Wednesday, May 14th, 2014. That couldn't be right. I checked my phone calendar too. Same thing, Wednesday. I felt like I was going crazy. I remembered Monday clearly. I remembered going to sleep Monday night. But somehow it was now Wednesday morning. I immediately called Matt. He picked up on the third ring, sounding groggy. "Matt, what day is it?" I asked without even saying hello. "Tuesday?" he guessed. "Check your phone," I told him, my heart pounding. There was a pause and then, "What the fuck? It says Wednesday. How is it Wednesday?" So it wasn't just me. Matt was experiencing the same thing. We had both somehow missed an entire day. "Did you go to work yesterday?" I asked him. I don't remember yesterday at all," he said, his voice rising with panic. "The last thing I remember is watching TV with you on Monday night." Anna was staring at me as I spoke on the phone, so I lowered my voice. "I'm going to try to figure this out. Call me back if you remember anything." After hanging up, I tried to act normal while my mind raced. I checked my work email. There were messages with Tuesday's date that I apparently never responded to. I checked my personal email too. Spam, newsletters, all dated Tuesday. A whole day's worth of emails I'd never seen. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face, trying to make sense of what was happening. Had we both been drugged somehow? Carbon monoxide poisoning? But why wouldn't we remember anything at all from Tuesday? Around 10 a.m., Diane stopped by my desk. I tensed up, expecting her to ask why I'd missed work the previous day. But she just handed me some paperwork to complete, acting completely normal. It was like she hadn't even noticed my absence. During lunch break, I called my mom. We talked almost every day, so surely she would have noticed if I hadn't called her on Tuesday. "Hi, honey, how's your day going?" she answered, sounding completely normal. Good, I said, trying to sound casual. "Hey, did we talk yesterday?" "Of course we did. You called me after work like you always do. You were telling me about that puppy keeping you up at night again." I felt a chill run down my spine. I had no memory of this conversation, none whatsoever. Right, I said, not wanting to alarm her. "I'm just so tired I can't keep track of things." After work, I raced home to find Matt sitting on the couch, pale and confused. The dogs greeted me normally, Bentley slowly wagging his tail from his bed, Ziggy bouncing around excitedly. "The dogs seem fine," Matt said immediately. "They don't act like they've been neglected for a day. Ziggy's training pad is clean. I checked the security camera footage from our doorbell. There's nothing from Tuesday. It jumps from Monday night to Wednesday morning, like Tuesday never happened." I sat down beside him, my legs weak. "My mom swears we talked yesterday, a conversation I have zero memory of." "I called my brothers," Matt said. "I thought maybe one of them came over to check on the dogs, but they both said they haven't been here in weeks." "But Ziggy needs to go out every few hours for bathroom breaks," I said. "And Bentley needs his arthritis meds twice a day. They should be starving or have accidents everywhere if no one was here for 24 hours. Yet both dogs seemed perfectly fine. Bentley showed no signs of pain, which he definitely would have if he'd missed his medication. And Ziggy, who was still being house-trained, had no accidents. I checked the fridge too," Matt said. "The leftover pasta we made Monday night is still there, but it's only been eaten once. The amount we had Monday night. If we were here Tuesday, wouldn't we have eaten more of it?" I went to check our phones and laptops for any activity on Tuesday. Nothing. No calls, no texts, no browser history. Nothing to indicate we had existed at all on Tuesday. "What about your job?" I asked Matt. "Did anyone notice you weren't there?" "That's the strangest part," he said. "My boss acted completely normal. Nobody mentioned my absence. It's like I was there, but I wasn't." "Same with my work," I replied. "Only Anna noticed I was gone. Everyone else, including my super strict supervisor, acted like nothing was wrong." We spent that evening calling friends, checking social media, and looking for any evidence of what had happened on Tuesday. We found nothing. It was as if the day had happened without us. The weirdest part came 2 weeks later when I got my paycheck. I checked my hours, expecting to see that I'd been docked pay for missing Tuesday, or that they'd used some of my PTO to cover it. But the paycheck just skipped Tuesday entirely. It showed my hours for Monday, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday wasn't even listed as an absence. It was as if that day didn't exist for me on the payroll system. Matt checked his paycheck too and found the same thing. Tuesday simply wasn't there. Not as a work day, not as an absence, not as PTO. Nothing. We went to a doctor thinking maybe we'd both experienced some weird medical episode. Carbon monoxide poisoning, a gas leak, something that could explain shared memory loss. All tests came back normal. The doctor suggested stress or exhaustion, but couldn't explain how we both experienced the exact same thing at the same time. We even considered the possibility that we'd slept for 36 hours straight, but that didn't explain how the dogs were fine, or how my mom remembered talking to me, or how Matt's workplace didn't notice his absence. It's been years now, and we still don't have answers. Matt and I eventually broke up a couple years later for unrelated reasons, but we still touch base occasionally about the Tuesday incident, as we call it. Neither of us has experienced anything like it since. Anna, the only person who seemed to notice our absence, left the company a few months after it happened, and I lost touch with her. I've often wondered what she saw that day. Did she see empty desks where Matt and I should have been? Or did the world just go on without us? Sometimes I think about what might have happened on that missing Tuesday. Did we go somewhere? Did we do things we can't remember? Or did time genuinely skip for us somehow? Was it some kind of glitch in reality? The scariest thought is that we ceased to exist for a day. That for 24 hours, Matt and I were just gone. But then how did my mom remember talking to me? How did the dogs stay fed and cared for? I've read about missing time experiences, but most of those involve a few hours, not an entire day. And they don't usually happen to two people simultaneously, with the rest of the world seemingly unaffected. It still makes me uneasy to think about it too much. That feeling that reality isn't as solid as we think it is. That time isn't as linear as we believe. That maybe, just maybe, we can slip through the cracks sometimes, vanishing from existence, only to pop back in with no explanation. I still live in Columbus, though I've moved to a different neighborhood and changed jobs. Sometimes when I drive past my old office building, I get a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach, like there's a Tuesday still happening somewhere that I'm not a part of, a day that exists without me in it. I don't think I'll ever know what happened, but I know what I experienced, and so does Matt. For one day in May 2014, we disappeared from our own lives, and somehow the world barely noticed. I still can't explain what happened that day at work, and it's been bothering me for weeks now. I keep replaying it in my head, trying to figure out if I'm going crazy or if something genuinely unexplainable happened. I've always been a practical person. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff, but this experience has seriously messed with my perception of reality. I work at Bean and Bite, this really busy coffee and donut shop in downtown Portland. It's one of those places where there's always a line out the door, especially during morning rush. Organization is super important because we're constantly moving around each other in a small space, and everything has its place so we can work efficiently. About 3 weeks ago, on a Wednesday, we were absolutely slammed. It was one of those mornings where everything that could go wrong did. 2 people had called in sick, leaving just me, Miranda, our baker, and Pete, our shift lead, to handle what felt like half of Portland wanting their caffeine fix. Pete was stuck on drive-through with the new trainee, which basically left me alone at the front counter with a line that wouldn't quit. I was making lattes as fast as humanly possible when my cream dispenser started making that gurgling noise that means it's about to run out. Just what I needed during peak rush. I called out to Miranda, who was pulling a fresh batch of donuts from the oven. "Miranda, can you grab me a new bag of cream when you get a chance? This one's almost empty." She nodded, and a few minutes later came over with a heavy bag of liquid cream for my machine. After she installed it under the counter for me, because I was still making drinks nonstop, I needed to cut the plastic tubing to connect it to the dispenser. This is where things get weird. In our shop, we have this very specific system. We only use lime green scissors at the front counter for things like cutting open milk bags, receipt paper, and other front counter supplies. The black scissors stay in the back kitchen for food prep only. It's a cross-contamination prevention thing that our manager is super strict about. I looked under the brewing stands where we always keep the green scissors, but they weren't there. I checked the drawers below the counter, the shelves above. Nothing. With the line getting longer and customers starting to give me those impatient looks, I didn't have time to search the whole area. "Miranda, can you grab me some scissors? I can't find the green ones." She ducked into the back and returned with the black kitchen scissors. I remember thinking it was weird to use them up front, but we were in such a rush that I didn't really care. I just needed to get that cream flowing. "Sorry, these were all I could find quickly," Miranda said, handing them to me. I cut the tube, connected the cream line, and placed the black scissors under the brewing stands, the exact spot where the green ones should have been. I specifically remember placing them there because I thought, I need to remember to put these back in the kitchen once things slow down. The brewing stands are these stainless steel platforms that sit about 6 or 7 inches above the counter surface. They elevate our brewing equipment to make it easier to slide coffee pots underneath. There's nothing under them, just empty counter space, which makes it a convenient spot to keep things like scissors within reach. I continued serving customers for maybe 5 minutes, making lattes and taking orders non-stop. Finally, there was a small break in the rush, and I took the opportunity to wipe down my counter area that was covered in coffee splashes and sugar granules. That's when I saw them. 2 pairs of lime green scissors sitting right under the brewing stands, exactly where I had looked before, exactly where I had just placed the black scissors. I froze. I remember the chill that ran up my spine. The black scissors were completely gone, vanished, and now there were 2 pairs of green scissors when we only kept 1 at the front counter. I looked around, confused. No one had approached my counter area. Pete and the trainee were still stuck in drive-through hell, and Miranda had gone back to the kitchen. The layout of our shop is such that I would have definitely seen if anyone had come to my station. I walked over to the kitchen, where Miranda was decorating donuts. "Did you just come over to my station and swap out the scissors?" I asked her. She looked at me like I was speaking another language. "What? No, I've been back here since I brought you those black scissors." "Are you sure you brought me black scissors? Not green?" "Yeah, black ones from the prep area. We couldn't find the green ones, remember?" She put down her piping bag. "Why? What's going on?" I explained what had happened, how the black scissors were now gone and 2 green pairs had appeared in their place. Miranda followed me back to the front. "That's weird," she said, looking at the green scissors. "I swear I brought you the black ones, and we only have 1 pair of green ones for up front." We searched the entire front counter area for the black scissors. They were nowhere to be found. We checked the trash, thinking maybe I had absent-mindedly thrown them away. Nothing. We looked in every drawer, under every machine, even in places they couldn't possibly be. The strangest part is that I know the area under those brewing stands was completely empty when I looked for the green scissors the first time. It's not like they were hidden behind something. There's nothing under there except flat counter space. Those bright lime green scissors would have been impossible to miss, and I distinctly remember placing the black scissors in that exact spot. Pete joined our search when the drive-thru finally slowed down. "We've only ever had 1 pair of green scissors," he confirmed, examining the 2 identical pairs we now had. "Where did the second pair come from?" None of us had an answer. The extra green scissors didn't have any special markings or differences from our usual pair. The black scissors remained missing from both the front and the kitchen. My manager checked our inventory later that day and confirmed we had only ever ordered 1 pair of green scissors. She thought we were all playing a prank on her until she saw how genuinely confused we were. What freaks me out the most is how impossible the whole situation is. I wasn't tired. I'd had plenty of sleep the night before. I wasn't on medication or drinking or anything that would affect my perception. 3 of us confirmed what happened, so it wasn't just me losing my mind. It was like a glitch in reality. 1 pair of black scissors somehow transformed into 2 pairs of green scissors in the span of 5 minutes, in a spot that was completely visible and accessible only to me during that time. I've tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe someone from another shift had brought in an extra pair of green scissors. But why would they? And where did the black ones go? Maybe Miranda actually brought green scissors and I misremembered. But both she and I clearly recall them being black kitchen scissors. After that day, other weird things started happening at the shop. Items would move from where we left them. The POS system would ring up items no one had entered. Last week, a customer swore she ordered a caramel macchiato, but both Pete and I clearly heard her say vanilla latte. I'm not saying it's supernatural or anything, but I can't shake the feeling that something shifted in reality that day. It was such a small thing, just scissors changing color and multiplying, but it's made me question everything. How many other glitches happen that we just explain away or forget about? I still work the same shift at the same counter and use those green scissors every day. But sometimes I find myself staring at them, wondering if they're going to suddenly transform into something else right before my eyes. That weird feeling hasn't left me since it happened, like reality isn't as solid as we think it is. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Something that defies logical explanation? Something that makes you question your own sanity? Because I'm starting to think we're living in some kind of simulation, and sometimes the code just glitches. I still can't explain what happened with my Nintendo DS last spring. And honestly, I don't think I want to. It's been almost a year, but I get goosebumps every time I look at that damn thing sitting on our TV stand collecting dust. So here's what happened. I'm 30, a mom with a 6-year-old daughter, and I still play Pokemon. Judge me all you want, but those games got me through some tough times growing up, and I still find them comforting. I had been playing Pokemon Leaf Green on my old silver DS Lite whenever I had downtime, usually after my daughter went to bed or when my husband was watching something I wasn't interested in. Last April, I had to go to the DMV in Westbrook to renew my license. If you've ever been to a DMV, you know it's basically the 10th circle of hell. I figured I'd be waiting for at least 2 hours, so I decided to bring my DS to keep me sane. The night before, I made sure it was fully charged, and I even got excited about making some progress on my Pokemon journey while stuck in bureaucratic purgatory. The next morning, I got in my car around 9 a.m., planning to get to the DMV right when it opened. I clearly remember putting the DS on the passenger seat next to my purse. It was a Tuesday, cloudy, but not raining, and I was actually in a pretty good mood despite heading to the DMV. I had my coffee, my DS was charged, and I'd packed a granola bar for the inevitable hunger that would hit during the wait. When I pulled into the DMV parking lot, I suddenly felt self-conscious. I don't know why, but I had this moment of, I'm a 30-year-old woman about to play Pokemon in public. Stupid, I know. So I changed my mind and left the DS on the passenger seat, grabbing only my purse as I headed inside. The DMV experience was actually not terrible. I got lucky with only about a 45-minute wait. When I finished, I walked back to my car, thinking about errands I needed to run. And here's where things get weird. I don't remember seeing my DS when I got back in the car. I wasn't looking for it specifically since I wasn't planning to play it anymore that day, but I also don't remember noticing it on the seat. I just got in, put my purse down, and drove home. It wasn't until later that evening when I was relaxing after dinner that I thought, oh, I should get my DS from the car. I went out to get it, but it wasn't on the passenger seat. I figured it must have fallen onto the floor or slid somewhere when I was driving, so I checked under the seats, in the door compartments, between the seats, everywhere. Nothing. I started to get that sinking feeling in my stomach. The DS had my original Pokemon save file that I'd been working on for months. I went back inside and emptied my purse, thinking maybe I'd absent-mindedly put it in there when I left the DMV. Nothing. I asked my husband if he'd seen it, and he hadn't. I asked my daughter, who shook her head and said, "Mommy, I haven't touched your game." I went back to the car with my phone flashlight and searched every inch. I looked under the seats again, in the trunk, in the glove compartment, between the seats, under the floor mats. I even looked in ridiculous places like the center console where it definitely wouldn't fit. Nothing. The next day, I called the DMV to see if anyone had turned it in. They hadn't. I retraced my entire day, trying to figure out if I'd taken it somewhere else without realizing it. I checked my daughter's toy box, my nightstand drawers, my husband's desk, the couch cushions. Nothing. After about 2 weeks of random searching and increasingly desperate "where the hell did I put it" moments, I reluctantly gave up. My husband suggested I buy a new one, but I was attached to that specific console and save file. Still, I figured it would eventually turn up when we least expected it, like most lost things do. A month passed. It was now May, and I was in full spring cleaning mode. Our living room had these 2 square storage ottomans that were starting to rip at the seams. They were cheap things we'd bought at Target years ago, and the fake leather was finally giving up. I decided to empty them out and replace them with something sturdier. I remember that day vividly because I was so annoyed by what I found. The ottomans were basically junk drawers disguised as furniture. One contained 3 of my daughter's library books that were a month overdue, some random cords, a half-empty bag of Doritos, thanks husband, and various other junk. The other had 2 of my husband's old MacBooks that he'd been saying he needed to wipe before donating for about 2 years, plus some old magazines and a bunch of my daughter's artwork I'd been saving. I emptied both completely, wiped them down, and put all the stuff in organized piles, electronics in one, papers in another, trash in the bin, and things to be put away properly in another. I distinctly remember handling both those MacBooks and thinking how ridiculous it was that they were still sitting around. I even made a point to tell my husband that evening, "I found your laptops in the ottoman. Can you please deal with them this weekend?" He promised he would. Spoiler, he didn't. Fast forward to August, 3 months after the DS disappeared. I was looking for the remote control one evening, which always seemed to vanish despite our living room being pretty small. I'd already checked under the couch and between the cushions. In a moment of frustration, I decided to check those ottomans, even though I knew I'd completely emptied them months earlier and we hadn't been using them for storage anymore. I lifted the lid of the first ottoman, empty as expected. Then I opened the second one and froze. There, sitting perfectly centered in the otherwise empty ottoman, was my silver Nintendo DS. I can't explain the feeling that washed over me. It wasn't just surprise or confusion. It was a deep, creeping dread that started in my stomach and spread up my spine. The kind of feeling you get when something is fundamentally wrong with reality. I stared at it for a good 30 seconds before reaching in to pick it up. It was my DS, no question. It even had the tiny scratch on the corner from when my daughter had accidentally dropped it last year. The worst part? When I opened it, the screen lit up immediately, and there was my Pokemon Leaf Green game, paused exactly where I'd left off 3 months earlier, in the middle of battling the Elite Four. I slammed it shut and just sat there on the floor, trying to process what was happening. I called out to my husband, who was in the kitchen making dinner. When he came in, I held up the DS and asked, "Did you find this somewhere and put it in the ottoman?" He looked confused. "Your Nintendo thing, where was it?" "In here," I said, pointing to the ottoman. "Did you put it here?" "No," he said, looking as confused as I felt. "Where did you find it?" "In here," I repeated, my voice rising a bit as I pointed at the ottoman. "It was just sitting inside." He frowned. "But you emptied those months ago. We haven't been using them for storage." "I know," I said, and my voice sounded strange even to me. "That's why I'm asking if you put it there." "I haven't seen that thing since you lost it after the DMV," he said. I asked my daughter, who was equally confused and denied touching it. And here's the thing. I know I emptied those ottomans completely in May. I know I handled everything that was in them. I know that DS wasn't in there. And yet, there it was. We discussed every possible explanation. Maybe someone had found it and returned it by breaking into our house and placing it in the ottoman instead of, just knocking on the door. Maybe my daughter or husband had found it and forgotten about putting it there. Maybe I had somehow overlooked it when emptying the ottomans, even though I distinctly remembered handling everything in them. None of these explanations made any sense. The ottoman had been empty. The DS had been missing for 3 months. And now it was back, battery still charged, game still exactly where I'd left off. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the DS sitting in our living room. It felt wrong somehow, like it wasn't quite the same device that had disappeared. I know how crazy that sounds, but it's the only way I can describe it. It was mine, but it felt off. The next morning, I put the DS on our TV stand, and there it stayed. I haven't played it since. I can't bring myself to touch it again. My daughter asked once if she could play with it, and I immediately said no, probably too harshly because she looked startled. I made up some excuse about the battery being broken. It's been almost a year now, and I still don't have an explanation. I've thought about throwing it away, but something stops me every time I consider it. It's like I'm afraid of what might happen if I try to get rid of it. What if it comes back again? Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, trying to figure out where it went for those 3 months and how it returned to a container I know was empty. And sometimes, just sometimes, when no one else is home, I swear I can hear the faint Pokemon battle music coming from it, even though it's closed and supposedly in sleep mode. I don't know what happened to my Nintendo DS. I don't know where it went or how it came back. All I know is that sometimes things disappear, and sometimes they return, and sometimes, when they come back, it might be better not to ask where they've been. I've never shared this before with anyone except my therapist and my wife, but I need to get this off my chest once and for all. It happened 7 years ago when I was 22, and even now, typing this makes my hands shake. I was a junior at UNC Asheville, living in this small one-bedroom apartment about 2 miles from campus. It wasn't much, but it was all I could afford while working part-time at the campus bookstore. My place was on the 2nd floor of this older building. Nothing fancy, just a living room connected to a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a bedroom. The best part was that my landlord allowed pets, so I had my cat Nibbles. He was a gray tabby with these bright green eyes I'd rescued as a kitten my freshman year. He was mainly an outdoor cat who would come and go through the window I left cracked in the living room. That Friday night in October, my friends Laura and Ryan invited me to this house party near campus. It was your typical college thing: cheap beer, too many people in a small space, music way too loud. We got there around 10, and I remember having maybe 3 beers and smoking a little. Nothing crazy. I wasn't even that buzzed, just relaxed. Around 1 a.m. Ryan left with his girlfriend, so Laura and I decided to head back to my place. We weren't dating or anything, just good friends who often hung out after parties. The walk back was uneventful. We were laughing about some professor's weird habit of sniffing his markers before writing on the whiteboard. As we approached my apartment building, something caught my eye. A shadow moved across my living room window just for a second. I stopped mid-sentence. "What's wrong?" Laura asked. "I just saw someone in my apartment," I said, pointing up at my window. Laura looked up. "Are you sure it wasn't Nibbles?" "No way. That was way too big to be my cat." We rushed up the stairs to my apartment, and I immediately noticed something wrong. My door was unlocked and slightly ajar, maybe half an inch open. I always locked my door. Always. "Wait here," I told Laura, but she wasn't having it. "No way I'm waiting out here alone if there's someone inside," she whispered. I pushed the door open slowly. The living room lights were off, but the street light outside cast enough light through the window to see the main room was empty. I flipped on the lights and called out, "Hello?" Nothing. My heart was racing as we carefully searched the entire apartment. The bathroom was empty. The kitchen cabinets were all closed. Nothing seemed out of place or missing. My laptop was still on the coffee table. My wallet was on the counter where I'd left it. Finally, we checked the bedroom. I flipped on the light, almost expecting to find someone hiding there, but the room was empty. The bed was made as I'd left it that morning. The closet door was open, showing just my clothes hanging inside. "Maybe you forgot to lock the door," Laura suggested. "No way, I never forget." "Well, the wind could have made shadows that looked like someone moving. Your tree outside does cast weird shadows sometimes." I wasn't convinced, but after checking every corner and finding nothing obviously wrong or missing, I started to doubt what I'd seen. We sat in the living room for about an hour, talking and calming down. I noticed Nibbles wasn't around, but that wasn't unusual. He often spent nights exploring outside, especially in good weather. Around 2:30 a.m., Laura yawned and said she should head home. Her apartment was just a few buildings over. "You sure you're okay staying here alone?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Probably just imagined it or something." I walked her to the door, checked the lock twice after she left, and then did another quick search of the apartment. Still nothing out of place. I tried calling for Nibbles, shaking his treat container by the window I always left cracked for him, but he didn't come. To calm my nerves, I rolled another joint and spent the next couple hours playing Skyrim. The weed helped settle my paranoia, and I got lost in the game. By around 5 a.m., my eyes were burning from staring at the screen, and I was finally tired enough to sleep. I turned everything off, brushed my teeth, and headed to my bedroom. When I opened the bedroom door, it hit me instantly. A smell so horrible it made me gag. It was like rotting meat mixed with something chemical and sharp. The room had been fine just hours before when Laura and I checked it. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch. The overhead light revealed nothing immediately wrong. The room looked normal, but that smell, it was overwhelming. I covered my nose with my shirt as I approached the bed. The bedspread was slightly rumpled now, though it had been smooth earlier. Something was making a small lump under the covers near the foot of the bed. My stomach dropped as I reached for the blanket. Every instinct told me not to look, but I had to know. I yanked back the covers in one quick motion. Nibbles was lying there, completely motionless. His gray fur was matted with something dark and sticky. His normally bright green eyes were cloudy and half open, staring at nothing. His body was contorted in a way that wasn't natural, like he'd been twisted. And the worst part, his stomach had been cut open, not torn like an animal attack, cut with something sharp. Some of his insides were visible, explaining the horrific smell. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed louder than I ever have in my life. I stumbled backward out of the room, slammed the door, and kept screaming. I ran out of my apartment without grabbing anything. No phone, no wallet, nothing. Just ran out in my socks into the hallway, pounding on my neighbor's door. Mr. Collins, an older guy who lived across the hall, opened his door looking confused and alarmed in his bathrobe. "Someone killed my cat," I yelled, probably sounding completely insane. "Someone was in my apartment and killed Nibbles." Mr. Collins called the building manager, who lived on the first floor. Within minutes, Mrs. Patel came up with her master key, and another neighbor from down the hall joined us. "Show us," Mrs. Patel said, her face serious. I led them to my apartment, pointing at my bedroom door. In there, on the bed, someone cut him open. Mrs. Patel carefully opened the door while Mr. Collins put a supportive hand on my shoulder. I couldn't look again, so I turned away, waiting for their shocked reactions. But they didn't come. "There's nothing here," Mrs. Patel said after a moment. I spun around and pushed past her into the bedroom. The smell was gone. The bed was made perfectly, neater than I ever make it. The covers were smooth. There was no blood, no cat, no sign anything had happened. But he was right there, I stammered, pointing at the foot of the bed. Nibbles was right there. He was cut open. The smell was horrible. They all looked at me with that mixture of concern and doubt that makes your stomach sink. "Have you been drinking tonight, Marcus?" Mrs. Patel asked gently. "Just a few beers, hours ago, and I smoked a little. But I wasn't hallucinating. I know what I saw." The other neighbor, whose name I didn't even know, whispered something to Mr. Collins. I heard drugs and felt my face burn with embarrassment and frustration. We searched the entire apartment again. No sign of Nibbles, alive or dead. No blood, no smell, nothing out of place. The window I kept cracked for him was still open just the same few inches. My video game was paused on the TV screen where I'd left it. "Maybe your cat is just out for the night," Mrs. Patel suggested. "Why don't you get some sleep and see if he comes back in the morning?" They clearly thought I was having some kind of drug-induced hallucination or bad trip. I knew I wasn't, but I had no proof. Nothing made sense. I thanked them awkwardly and apologized for waking everyone up. After they left, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that bed. I curled up on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every small sound until morning came. Nibbles never came back. I put up flyers all over the neighborhood, called local shelters, posted online. Nothing. He was just gone. In the following days, I had the locks changed. I searched my apartment inch by inch for any evidence of what happened. A hair, a bloodstain, anything. I found nothing. I even asked Laura to come over and confirm she'd seen someone in the window too, but she just said she wasn't sure what we'd seen. Everyone, my friends, the neighbors, even my parents, when I eventually told them, assumed I'd had some combination of weed, alcohol, and stress that created a vivid hallucination, or that I'd fallen asleep playing video games and had a nightmare so realistic I couldn't separate it from reality. But I know what I saw. I moved out of that apartment at the end of the semester. I couldn't stand being there anymore, jumping at shadows and sleeping with the lights on. I finished college, staying with my parents and commuting to campus. That was 7 years ago. I'm 29 now, married with a 2-year-old daughter. We live across the state in Charlotte. I have a normal job, a normal life, but I still have nightmares about that night, about the figure in the window, about finding Nibbles on my bed. The strangest part of all this, last year, my wife and I adopted a cat from the local shelter, a gray tabby who reminded me of Nibbles. The shelter said he was found wandering in a neighborhood about 20 miles from our house. He looked almost identical to my old cat, except his eyes are amber instead of green. Sometimes when he stares at me, I get this cold feeling in my stomach. My wife thinks it's sweet that I found a cat so similar to my college pet. She doesn't know the full story. No one does. But sometimes when our cat sits in a certain way or makes a particular noise, I find myself checking under the bed and in the closets. I've installed security cameras throughout our house. I always triple-check the locks, because I know what I saw that night wasn't a hallucination or a bad trip. Someone was in my apartment. Someone did something to Nibbles. And somehow they managed to remove all traces before anyone else could see it. I still don't understand why. Was it a sick prank? Was someone targeting me specifically? Or did I just happen to come home at the wrong time and interrupt something I wasn't supposed to see? I'll probably never know, but I do know that whatever happened that night was real. And sometimes, late at night when everyone else is asleep, I can't shake the feeling that whoever it was might still be out there, watching and waiting. And that terrifies me more than anything. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last year, and I doubt I ever will. I've spent countless nights researching time slips, temporal anomalies, and all sorts of weird phenomena trying to make sense of it. But nothing really fits. I'm writing this down now because keeping it to myself is driving me crazy, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I live in Rosebud, a small coastal town on the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. Nothing exciting ever happens here, especially during the off-season when the tourists clear out. I was 16 at the time, living with my mom after my parents split. Dad had moved to Frankston about a year earlier, and I'd visit him every other weekend. That day started like any other visit day. It was a cool, overcast Saturday in May. I remember checking the weather before leaving because I was debating whether to bring my jacket. The sky had that strange grayish quality, not quite raining, but threatening to. I grabbed my backpack with my overnight stuff, headphones, and the book I was reading for English class. Mom dropped me at the Rosebud bus stop around 10:30 a.m. The 788 bus to Frankston was scheduled for 10:42, and I was supposed to arrive at Frankston Station by 11:45 at the latest. Dad would pick me up there, we'd grab lunch, then head to his place. Simple routine we'd done dozens of times before. The bus arrived on schedule, and I hopped on, tapping my Mikey card and picking a seat about halfway down. There weren't many people. An older lady with shopping bags, a couple of teenagers I vaguely recognized from school but didn't really know, and a few random passengers scattered throughout. I put my headphones on and stared out the window as we pulled away from the stop. About 15 minutes into the journey, just as we were passing through Tutgaruk, my headphones died. I'd forgotten to charge them the night before. Annoyed, I stuffed them back into my bag and resigned myself to the boredom of the rest of the trip. That's when I noticed the woman who sat down across the aisle from me. She wasn't there when I got on. Must have boarded at one of the stops while I was zoned out with my music. She looked about mid-30s, with this really distinctive red-brown hair cut in a bob. She was wearing a blue cardigan with small embroidered flowers around the collar. I remember these details because I ended up staring at her a lot during what happened next. She smiled at me, and I awkwardly smiled back. I'm not usually one to start conversations with strangers, but something about her seemed familiar, though I couldn't place her. "Heading to Frankston?" she asked. Her voice had this gentle, almost musical quality to it. "Yeah," I replied. "Visiting my dad." She nodded and asked if I was from Rosebud. We started chatting about normal stuff. School, how long I'd lived in the area, the weather. Nothing weird or out of the ordinary. Just casual conversation to pass the time. She mentioned she was going to Frankston for a doctor's appointment. I remember checking the time on my phone at one point. It was 11:15. The bus had just passed through Dramana, which was right on schedule. I calculated we'd be in Frankston in about 30 minutes. The conversation with the woman flowed easily. She asked about my favorite subjects at school, and I told her I liked English but struggled with math. She mentioned she used to be a teacher. The bus continued its route along the coastline, stopping occasionally to let people on or off. Nothing unusual. As we talked, I noticed the light outside the window changing slightly. The overcast sky was breaking up in patches, with occasional glimpses of sunlight streaming through. I remember thinking it was nice that the weather was improving for my weekend with Dad. The woman was telling me about a book she thought I might enjoy when my phone started buzzing. It was Dad calling. I excused myself and answered, "Maddie, where the hell are you?" His voice was tight with anger and concern. "I'm on the bus," I replied, confused by his tone. I glanced out the window to see where we were. We were passing through Mornington, still a good 15-20 minutes from Frankston. We're just going through Mornington now. I'll be there soon. Mornington? Maddie, do you think this is funny? I've been waiting at the station for over 2 hours. Your bus should have arrived at 11:45. It's nearly 3 o'clock now. I thought he was joking. Dad, that's not possible. I just checked the time like half an hour ago, and it was 11:15. Check it again, he snapped. I pulled my phone away from my ear to look at the screen, and my stomach dropped. 2:47 p.m. That couldn't be right. My phone must have glitched somehow. I quickly looked at my watch, a regular old analog watch my grandpa had given me, and it showed the same time, almost 3 in the afternoon. I don't understand, I stammered, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. Dad, I swear I got on the 10:42 bus from Rosebud. We've been driving for maybe 45 minutes. There's no way it's almost 3 o'clock. Are you with friends? His voice had that edge to it, the one that appeared whenever he thought I was lying. Did you miss the bus and you're too afraid to tell me? Just be honest, Maddie. No, I'm literally on the bus right now. I've been on this same bus the whole time. My voice was rising, drawing curious glances from nearby passengers. I felt my face flush with embarrassment and confusion. I turned to the woman in the blue cardigan for support, but the seat across from me was empty. She was gone. I hadn't noticed her leave. Dad, I swear I'm not lying. Something weird is happening. I don't know how it got so late. He sighed. That heavy, disappointed sigh, parents perfect. Just get here, Maddie. We'll talk about this when you arrive. After he hung up, I sat there in shock, staring at my phone. Over 3 hours had somehow vanished. I frantically looked around the bus, trying to make sense of what was happening. The bus itself seemed normal. The driver was the same older guy who had been driving when I boarded. The route was the same coastal road we always took. In desperation, I leaned forward toward a middle-aged man sitting a few rows ahead. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Could you please tell me what time it is?" He gave me an odd look but checked his watch. 2:45. And how long has this bus been running? Did we stop somewhere for a long time? His expression shifted from mild annoyance to confusion. "What do you mean? It's the regular service from Rosebud. We've made all the normal stops. But it should be around 11:30, I insisted. I got on at 10:42 in Rosebud. The man's eyebrows shot up. "That was hours ago, miss." A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I noticed a teenage boy about my age sitting nearby, headphones around his neck. "Hey," I called to him. "What time does your phone say?" He glanced at his phone. 2:48. "Did this bus make any unusual stops? Did we break down or something?" He shook his head, now looking concerned. "No, we've just been driving the route." I slumped back in my seat, my mind racing. How could everyone else think this was normal? How could 3 hours just disappear? I hadn't fallen asleep. I'd been talking to that woman almost the entire time. The woman who had now vanished. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of anxiety. When we finally pulled into Frankston Station at about 3:10 p.m., I stumbled off the bus, feeling disoriented and nauseated. Dad was waiting, his arms crossed, looking simultaneously worried and annoyed. "Dad," I said as soon as I reached him, "I swear I'm not lying. I don't know what happened. I got on the 10:42 bus and somehow it's now afternoon. I didn't get off the bus. I didn't go anywhere else. I was just talking to this woman, and then you called, and suddenly hours had passed." He studied my face, his expression softening slightly. "You really believe that, don't you?" "Because it's true." I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. "I don't understand what happened." Dad put his arm around my shoulders. Let's get some food in you. Maybe you fell asleep and lost track of time. I didn't fall asleep, I insisted, but I could tell he didn't believe me. For the rest of the weekend, the incident hung over us like a cloud. Dad clearly thought I'd been somewhere else, maybe with friends I wasn't supposed to be seeing, or a boy I hadn't told him about, and was covering with this bizarre story. I kept checking my phone, looking for any evidence of where those hours had gone. My call log showed nothing between Mom's text at 10:30 a.m. confirming I'd made it to the bus stop and Dad's call at 2:47 p.m. My last app usage had been at 10:52 a.m. when I'd briefly checked Instagram after boarding the bus. I tried to find information about the woman I'd been talking to, but there was nothing. No one I asked remembered seeing anyone matching her description. It was as if she'd never existed. When I returned to Rosebud on Sunday evening, I immediately told Mom what had happened. Unlike Dad, she seemed more willing to believe something unexplainable had occurred, though she suggested I might have experienced some kind of dissociative episode or seizure that affected my perception of time. She even took me to our family doctor the following week, but all he found was that I was perfectly healthy, if somewhat anxious. The incident might have remained just a bizarre, unexplained blip in my life, except that wasn't the end of it. About 2 weeks later, I needed to go to Frankston again for a dentist appointment. Mom couldn't drive me, so I had to take the bus. As we approached the area near Mornington where I'd experienced the time slip, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, like the air had suddenly become heavier, more viscous somehow. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling of déjà vu. I checked my phone obsessively every minute or so, terrified of losing time again. The strange feeling persisted for about 10 minutes of the journey, but no time disappeared. The bus arrived in Frankston exactly when it should have. But something else happened that day. As I was walking from the station to my dentist's office, I saw my cousin Emma across the street. She was supposed to be in Melbourne at university, so I was surprised to see her. I called out and waved, but she didn't seem to hear me. I jogged across the road during a break in traffic. "Emma," I said, reaching out to touch her shoulder. When she turned around, I froze. It looked exactly like Emma. Same height, same blonde hair, same general features, but something was off. Her eyes were a different shade of blue, slightly closer together than my cousin's. Her nose was just a tiny bit more upturned. It was Emma, but not quite Emma. "Sorry," she said, looking confused. "Do I know you?" Her voice was different too, similar timbre, but with a slight accent I couldn't place. I'm sorry," I stammered. "I thought you were someone else." She smiled politely and continued on her way. I stood there on the sidewalk, my heart pounding. What I'd seen wasn't just someone who resembled my cousin. It was like a version of Emma that had been slightly altered. Over the next few months, every time I traveled through that area, whether by bus in Mom's car, or even once when I tried biking part of the route, I experienced that same strange heaviness in the air. And each time, I would encounter what I can only describe as doppelgangers of people I knew. I saw a man who looked exactly like my math teacher, Mr. Brennan, except his beard was fuller and his eyes were brown instead of hazel. I spotted someone identical to my best friend Haley in a cafe, but when I approached her, not only did she not recognize me, but I noticed her freckles were arranged in a slightly different pattern across her nose. The most disturbing incident happened in August, about 3 months after the original time slip. I was at Frankston Shopping Center with Mom when I saw myself. Not someone who looked like me. It was me, exact in almost every detail, except this version had a small scar above her left eyebrow that I don't have. She was about 30 feet away, looking at her phone outside a clothing store. I froze, utterly unable to move or speak. Mom noticed something was wrong and asked what I was staring at. By the time I managed to point, my doppelganger had disappeared into the crowd. Mom thought I was having some kind of psychological break and took me back to the doctor. He referred me to a psychiatrist who suggested I might be experiencing something called Capgras delusion, a belief that people have been replaced by identical imposters. But that didn't explain the missing 3 hours, or why these experiences only happened when I traveled through that specific area. I've spent so much time researching what could explain all this. Time slips, parallel universes, glitches in reality. I've gone down every rabbit hole the internet has to offer. Some theories about electromagnetic anomalies causing temporal distortions seem plausible, but nothing fully explains what I experienced. The most frustrating part is that I can't prove any of it happened. I have no evidence of those missing 3 hours, except my own memory. Dad still thinks I lied about where I was that day. Most of my friends think I made it up for attention, or that I fell asleep on the bus and had a vivid dream. But I know what I experienced was real. Sometimes I take the bus along that route deliberately, hoping to find that woman in the blue cardigan again. I want to ask her if she experienced the time slip too, if she knows anything about what happened to us. But I've never seen her again. It's been over a year now, and the experiences have become less frequent. The last doppelganger I saw was 2 months ago. A man who looked identical to the barista at my local coffee shop, except his tattoos were different designs in the same locations. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that day on the bus, or why I keep seeing these almost but not quite versions of people I know. All I know is that somewhere between Rosebud and Frankston, there's a place where time doesn't work quite right, and reality seems thinner somehow. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, you can slip through into something else entirely. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family and closest friends because I know how it sounds. But it happened exactly as I'm about to tell it, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it 3 years later. My best friend Sarah and I were obsessed with ghost hunting when we were 16. We weren't professional or anything, just 2 small-town girls with too much time on our hands and a shared fascination with the paranormal. We'd spend weekends in supposedly haunted places around our town, recording EVPs and taking pictures, hoping to catch something weird. Our town, Millbrook, is pretty old by American standards. It was founded in the 1830s during the gold rush, and there are several historic buildings still standing from those early days. Every year in October, the town hosts the Heritage Festival, where they open up some of these normally closed historic buildings to the public. That's how we ended up in the Jenkins cabin, a preserved home from the 1860s that sits on the edge of town. It's a 2-story wooden cabin that belonged to one of the founding families. The Historical Society maintains it now, but it's usually locked up except during special events. Sarah and I had a sort of system. We'd wait until most people cleared out near closing time so we could record without background noise. The cabin was the last stop on our list that day. We'd already visited the old schoolhouse and general store, but we hadn't found anything interesting. The thing about Sarah and me, and this is important to understand, is that we had this weird connection. My mom called us psychic twins, even though we weren't related. We'd constantly say the exact same thing at the exact same time, like creepily often, We'd both reach for our phones seconds before one of us would get a text. I'd know she was about to call before my phone even rang. It was just our normal. Anyway, it was around 5 p.m. when we entered the cabin. There were still a few other visitors milling around, mostly elderly couples reading the little information cards placed throughout the rooms. The first floor had the main living area and kitchen, all decorated with period-appropriate furniture. An elderly volunteer was answering questions about the cabin's history, telling people about the family of 5 who'd lived there, parents and 3 children who'd survived the harsh winters alone in this remote location. We nodded politely, but were way more interested in getting upstairs to the bedrooms where, according to local legend, the youngest daughter had died of tuberculosis. That's where the supposed hauntings were centered. By 5:30, the volunteer was encouraging the last visitors to wrap up their tour. Sarah and I pretended to head out, but doubled back when the volunteer went to the gift shop next door. We silently crept back up to the second floor, giggling under our breath at our minor rebellion. I had my phone ready to record. It wasn't anything fancy, just a standard iPhone camera, but it was all we needed. Sarah had her phone too, and we split up to cover more ground. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms: the master bedroom, a small room that had belonged to the 2 older children, and the tiny bedroom where the youngest child had supposedly died. "I'll check out the kids' room first," Sarah whispered, holding up her phone to record the small space with its 2 little beds. "Cool, I'll start in the hallway and work my way to the master bedroom," I replied, hitting record on my phone. I walked down the narrow hallway, narrating quietly as I filmed. This is the second floor of the Jenkins cabin. It's about 5:30 p.m. on October 12th, and Sarah and I are doing a quick investigation before they close up for the day. I panned slowly around, capturing the worn wooden floorboards, the faded wallpaper, and the small windows that let in the last of the day's sunlight. The autumn light was soft and golden, casting long shadows across the hall. "The upstairs is significantly colder than downstairs," I continued, "which could just be because heat rises and all the heat is trapped downstairs. But it's at least 10 degrees colder up here." I wasn't making it up. I could see my breath faintly in the air as I spoke. From the kids' room, I could hear Sarah doing her own narration, talking about the history of the children who'd lived there. We were both getting into our amateur ghost hunter personas, the way we always did. I moved into the master bedroom, still recording. It was a simple room with a large bed covered in a handmade quilt, a rocking chair in the corner, and a small vanity with an oval mirror. The mirror caught my attention. Mirrors were always fascinating to me in these old places. People used to cover mirrors when someone died, believing they could trap the soul of the deceased. "This is the master bedroom," I narrated, panning across the space. "The parents' room. Pretty basic setup. Check out this old mirror, though. Super creepy." I zoomed in on the mirror briefly, then turned to the closest door beside it. "Let's see what's in here," I said, pulling open the small closet door. Inside were a few period-appropriate dresses hanging on pegs, and some men's clothing as well. I aimed my phone at the floor of the closet, where there were a few pairs of boots and shoes. "Look at these tiny shoes," I commented. "People were so much smaller back then." That's when I heard it, the floorboard creaking behind me. I wasn't alarmed at first, assuming it was Sarah coming to join me. Without turning around, I continued filming the closet. "Hey, find anything interesting in the kids' room?" I asked. Then a voice I didn't recognize said, "What are you doing in here?" I jumped a bit, startled, and turned around quickly. There was a girl standing in the doorway of the master bedroom. She looked to be about my age, maybe a little older. She was tall, with dark brown hair that fell past her shoulders and equally dark eyes. She had a longer face than Sarah's round one, and she was wearing a dark blue shirt. I remember that detail vividly because Sarah had been wearing a white t-shirt with our high school logo on it. I immediately assumed she was another visitor, or maybe even a young volunteer I hadn't noticed downstairs. I felt embarrassed about being caught upstairs when everyone else had left. "Oh, sorry," I said, stopping the recording. "We were just looking around. We're heading out now." The girl just stood there staring at me with an odd expression. Not angry, not confused, just intense. I felt suddenly uncomfortable under her gaze. "We'll go now," I mumbled, slipping past her into the hallway. She didn't follow me or say anything else. I called out for Sarah, wanting to leave quickly before we got in trouble. "Sarah, we should go." "I'm right here," Sarah called from the children's bedroom. She emerged a moment later, still looking at her phone screen as she finished her recording. "There's a volunteer upstairs," I whispered to her. "I think we should go before we get in trouble." Sarah looked at me, confused. "What volunteer?" "The old lady went to the gift shop." "No, there's another one. A girl about our age. She just caught me in the master bedroom." Sarah's face scrunched up in confusion. There's nobody else up here. Just us. I've been in this room the whole time, and nobody came up the stairs." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air in the hallway. "But I just talked to her. She was right there in the doorway of the master bedroom." Sarah looked past me toward the master bedroom, then back at me. "There's nobody there, Em." I turned around, and sure enough, the doorway was empty. I stepped back toward the master bedroom and looked inside. It was completely empty. "She was just here," I insisted. "A tall girl with long brown hair. She asked what I was doing." Sarah's eyes widened. "That wasn't me. I was in the kids' room the whole time." "I know it wasn't you," I said. "She looked nothing like you. She was taller, with dark brown hair and eyes. You've got blonde hair and you're wearing a white shirt. She had on a dark blue top." Sarah stared at me for a long moment, then grabbed my arm. "We need to go, now." We hurried down the stairs and out of the cabin, not stopping until we reached my car parked across the street. Once inside, Sarah turned to me. "Okay, explain exactly what happened." I told her everything. The girl appearing, asking what I was doing, how I'd stopped recording because I was embarrassed about being caught. "Show me the video," Sarah said, her voice shaking slightly. I pulled up the recording on my phone, and we watched it together. Just as I'd said, the recording stopped right after I commented on the shoes in the closet. There was no sign of the girl, no record of our brief conversation. "Maybe she was someone from the Historical Society," I suggested, trying to calm myself down. "Just checking on the place before closing." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The girl had appeared silently, except for that one creaking floorboard, and Sarah hadn't seen or heard anyone come up the stairs. Remember what I said earlier about the Jenkins family?" Sarah asked quietly. I shook my head. I'd been too focused on my own exploration to listen to Sarah's narration from the other room. "The Jenkins had 3 daughters. The youngest died of tuberculosis when she was 6. The middle one died in her 20s, but the oldest daughter lived into her 70s. Her name was Emily." "My name is Emily." Sarah pulled out her phone and showed me a faded photograph from the Historical Society's website. It showed the Jenkins family standing in front of the cabin, the father, mother, and 3 girls of varying ages. "The oldest was around 17 in this picture," Sarah said, zooming in on the tallest girl. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a dark-colored dress with buttons down the front. I felt the blood drain from my face. The resemblance to the girl I'd seen wasn't exact. How could it be from such an old photograph? But there was something in the eyes, the way she held herself. "That's not possible," I whispered. "Did you feel it?" Sarah asked suddenly. "When you were talking to her, did you feel our connection?" It was such a strange question, but I instantly understood what she meant. Sarah and I always had that weird psychic connection, that sense of knowing what the other was thinking or about to say. No, I realized. There was nothing like that with her. We sat in silence for a few minutes, trying to process what had happened. Then I remembered something else. "Sarah, when we were looking at the display case downstairs, you picked up that shoe buckle and button that were sitting on top of it, remember?" Earlier, we'd been examining a display case of artifacts found during the cabin's restoration. Some smaller items, a shoe buckle and a pearl button, had been sitting on top of the case, apparently part of a hands-on educational display for children. Sarah had pocketed them when no one was looking, something I'd scolded her for at the time. Sarah nodded and reached into her pocket, pulling out nothing. "They're gone," she said, turning her pocket inside out. "I swear they were right here." We searched the car, our bags, all our pockets. The artifacts had vanished. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was another visitor I hadn't noticed before. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me after hearing the stories about the cabin all day. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen, and the missing artifacts only made it more unsettling. A week later, Sarah called me in a panic. "The button is in my closet," she said, her voice trembling. "What do you mean?" "The pearl button from the cabin. It's sitting on the shelf in my closet. I just found it." "Did you put it there?" I asked. "No, I told you it disappeared that day in your car. I never found it." The shoe buckle never reappeared, but that single pearl button somehow made its way back to Sarah's house, appearing mysteriously on her closet shelf a week after our visit to the cabin. We never went back to the Jenkins cabin, even when the Heritage Festival came around the next year. Our ghost hunting adventures continued elsewhere, but we never experienced anything like that again. To this day, I don't know who or what I saw in that upstairs bedroom. Was it Emily Jenkins reaching through time to question a stranger in her home? Was it something else? Something that knew how to take the form of a young woman from another era? I only know that in all our years of seeking out the paranormal, that was the one time we found it. Or maybe it found us. And sometimes late at night when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear floorboards creaking and a voice asking, "What are you doing in here?" I've been struggling for months about whether to share this. Every time I try to explain it to someone, they look at me like I'm crazy or blame it on the head trauma. But I know what happened. I know what I remember. And I can't keep pretending everything's normal when my entire world has been replaced with this alternate version. It started last spring when I was driving from my dad's place in Florida up to my boyfriend Jake's house outside Albany, Georgia. Dad and I had this massive fight about Jake. He thought Jake was a loser who would drag me down, and maybe he was right, but I was 18 and thought I knew everything. I stormed out, threw my stuff in my car, and took off, even though it was already getting dark. I was still fuming when I crossed the Georgia state line. The roads got emptier as I got closer to Albany, just farmland and pine trees on those rural routes. I was texting Jake to let him know I was about an hour away when I approached this four-way intersection. I knew those back roads pretty well. but I was distracted and tired and I ran the stop sign. I only looked up when my headlights hit the reflective stripes on an 18-wheeler coming from the left. The truck was massive, one of those big freight carriers with the chrome grille. The headlights were blinding and I heard the horn blaring. I remember screaming and trying to swerve, but it was too late. I saw the front of that truck filling my driver's side window, and then everything went black. The next thing I remember was the taste of blood and the sound of my car engine hissing. I was half a mile down the road somehow, spun out in a ditch. My car was totaled. The driver's side was completely caved in. I couldn't breathe right. Every breath felt like knives in my chest. When I tried to move, the pain was unbearable. I could feel something warm and wet soaking my shirt, and when I managed to look down, I saw blood everywhere and what looked like glass sticking out of my chest. I don't know how long I was there before someone stopped. This older man in a pickup found me and called 911. I remember him telling me not to move, and that help was coming. I couldn't speak. I just kept thinking about my dad and our fight, and how that might be the last conversation we ever had. The ambulance ride is fuzzy. The paramedics kept telling me to stay awake, but it was so hard. I know they cut my clothes off, and someone said something about a collapsed lung. They put an oxygen mask on me, and I remember one of them saying, "We're losing her," before everything went dark again. I woke up briefly in the ER at Albany Memorial. There were doctors everywhere, and I couldn't feel parts of my body. A nurse with dark curly hair was holding my hand, and I managed to whisper my mom's phone number to her. I remember the doctor saying I had a pneumothorax with foreign body penetration, basically a hole in my lung the size of a softball with glass embedded in it. He also said something about my pelvis being fractured, along with my tailbone and several ribs on my left side. Then they put me under for surgery. I was out for 3 days, according to my chart. When I woke up, my mom was sitting next to my bed. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were puffy and red, and her hair was a mess. When she saw I was awake, she burst into tears and grabbed my hand. "The doctor said you might not make it," she told me. "You were so broken when they brought you in." I asked about the truck driver, and that's when things started to get weird. Mom looked confused and said, "Honey, it was a pickup truck that hit you, a Dodge Ram. The driver's okay, just some minor injuries." I tried to tell her no, it was definitely an 18-wheeler. I saw it clear as day. I can still see those headlights bearing down on me whenever I close my eyes, but she insisted it was a pickup and that the police report confirmed it. The doctor came in later and seemed shocked at my condition. He said my lung had miraculously healed overnight. The hole that had been there was almost completely closed. My fractures weren't as severe as they initially thought either. He kept using words like remarkable and unprecedented when looking at my charts. I was still in a lot of pain, but not nearly what it should have been for the injuries they described when I was admitted. I tried to explain what I remembered, but the doctor just nodded and said, "Trauma can mess with memory." He suggested I focus on healing rather than trying to piece together the accident. Over the next few days, more discrepancies started piling up. Jake came to visit, which shouldn't have been possible. Last I knew, he was in county jail for a probation violation with no chance of bond. But there he was, standing in my hospital room with flowers, telling me he'd been released on bond the day after my accident. The judge had suddenly changed his mind. When I asked Jake about it, he looked at me like I was crazy. According to him, his lawyer had been working on the bond hearing for weeks, and it was always scheduled for that day. But I know that wasn't true. The night before my accident, I'd been crying to my dad about how Jake wouldn't be out for at least 6 months. Then came the weirdest part. My mom was helping me with my hair, and she mentioned something about how it reminded her of when I fell off my bike and broke my arm when I was 9. Except I never broke my arm. I broke my leg when I was 11 falling out of a treehouse. When I corrected her, she got this strange look and insisted I'd never had a treehouse, that I was terrified of heights as a kid. But I wasn't. I loved climbing trees. Dad built me that treehouse for my 10th birthday, and we spent the whole summer up there reading comics and eating popsicles. It was one of my favorite childhood memories. Yet according to Mom, it never happened. The biggest shock came when Mom told me Dad was on his way to see me but wasn't feeling well. Apparently, he'd been diagnosed with aplastic anemia 3 months ago. 3 months. But that was impossible. Dad was healthy when I left Florida. We'd gone hiking just the day before our fight, and he'd outpaced me on the trail like he always did. When Dad finally arrived at the hospital 4 days after my accident, I barely recognized him. He was pale and thin, using a cane to walk. His hair had started falling out, and his skin had this grayish tinge. Mom had tried to prepare me, but seeing him like that, it wasn't the same man I'd argued with less than a week earlier. He hugged me so tight, crying and apologizing for our fight. But when he started talking about details of the argument, they were all wrong. We hadn't fought about Jake in his version. We'd fought about me wanting to drop out of community college, which I wasn't even enrolled in. I was discharged after a week, which the doctors called remarkable given my initial condition. I went home with my parents to Florida while I recovered, but everything in their house felt slightly off. The furniture was arranged differently. Dad's fishing trophies that used to be on the mantel were now in a display case in his office. My bedroom was painted blue instead of the purple I'd picked out when I was 15. Small things, but they added up. It was like living in a house that was almost but not quite my home. The worst part was watching Dad deteriorate. The aplastic anemia quickly developed into leukemia. He started aggressive treatments, but nothing worked. 7 months after my accident, he was gone. My dad, who in my memory had been healthy and strong just days before my crash, was dead. At the funeral, relatives kept talking about how he'd fought so hard these past 10 months, but that timeline didn't make sense. If he'd been sick for 10 months, he would have been diagnosed before our fight, before my accident. But in my memories, he was perfectly healthy when I left. I've tried researching what might have happened to me. The closest thing I can find are these accounts of what people call quantum immortality, or reality shifts. The theory is that when you're supposed to die, your consciousness jumps to an alternate timeline where you survived. But there's always a cost, some kind of balance the universe demands. I think I died in that crash. I think that 18-wheeler killed me instantly, but somehow my consciousness shifted to this reality where I survived. But the universe needed balance, a life for a life, so it took my dad instead. I know how crazy this sounds. Trust me, I've spent hours with therapists who suggest the head trauma altered my memories, that grief is making me create connections that aren't there. But they can't explain how I remember a completely different life before the accident. They can't explain how my lung healed overnight, or how Jake got released from jail, or why my childhood memories don't match my mother's. Sometimes I find little proofs, things that confirm I'm not imagining this, like the scar on my knee from the treehouse fall that Mom insists never happened, or the photos in Jake's phone from a trip to the beach we took last summer, A trip I have no memory of because in my timeline, he was in jail during those weeks. It's been over a year now, and I still struggle daily with this new reality. I miss my dad, the healthy, strong dad I knew. So much it physically hurts. I can't help feeling that his death is my fault, that if I hadn't run that stop sign, if I hadn't somehow cheated death, he would still be here. I don't know why I'm sharing this. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. Or maybe I just needed to put it into words, to make it real outside my head. All I know is that I went through an intersection in Georgia and somehow ended up in a different world than the one I left, and I have no idea how to get back. Greg and I had been planning this trip for months. We're both avid hunters and had heard about this secluded canyon that was supposed to be teeming with game. It was a bit of a trek to get there, about a 4-hour drive from the city, followed by a 2-hour hike into the wilderness. But we figured the remoteness would mean we'd have the place to ourselves. We set out early on a crisp fall morning, loaded up with our gear and enough supplies for a few days of camping and hunting. The drive was uneventful, just us joking around and getting psyched for the adventure ahead. When we reached the trailhead, we shouldered our heavy packs and started the long hike in. At first, everything seemed normal. We trudged along the winding trail, working up a sweat as we climbed deeper into the rugged terrain. But after about an hour, I started to notice something odd. It was eerily quiet. Now, I'm used to the sounds of nature when out in the wilderness, birds chirping, leaves rustling, the occasional snapping twig. But here there was nothing, just a heavy, oppressive silence. I mentioned it to Greg and he agreed it was strange. We chalked it up to the unique geography of the canyon, figuring maybe sound just didn't carry well there. Still, it put me on edge. The silence felt unnatural, almost like the forest was holding its breath. We pushed on and finally reached our planned campsite in the early afternoon. It was a small clearing near a stream, surrounded by towering rock walls. In other circumstances it would have been breathtaking, but that unsettling silence persisted. No bubbling from the stream, no wind in the trees. Just a dead, hollow quiet. We set up camp quickly, wanting to get in a few hours of hunting before dark. But our enthusiasm had dimmed. Something about this place just felt wrong. We spent a tense couple hours stalking through the woods, but didn't see a single animal, not even tracks or droppings. It was like the canyon was completely devoid of life. As the sun began to set, we returned to camp feeling uneasy. Neither of us wanted to admit it, but we were both spooked. We got a fire going and tried to lighten the mood with some forced banter, but our voices sounded flat and muffled in the stillness. Night fell swiftly, plunging the canyon into an inky blackness. We huddled close to the fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on the looming rock walls. That's when we heard it for the first time, a faint, eerie echo drifting through the darkness. At first I thought I was imagining things, but then Greg's head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, straining my ears. There it was again, a distant, warped sound, almost like a voice, but not quite. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. We sat frozen, barely breathing as we listened. The echo grew louder, more distinct. It was definitely some kind of vocalization, but utterly inhuman. A wailing, keening noise that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and it seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly the sound shifted, splitting into multiple overlapping echoes. It was as if a chorus of those unearthly voices was circling our camp, calling back and forth to each other. The noise built to a fever pitch, drowning out the crackling of our fire. Panic set in. Greg and I scrambled to our feet, wild-eyed and trembling. Without a word, we both knew we had to get out of there now. We hastily grabbed what gear we could and took off running down the trail, leaving most of our supplies behind. The echoes pursued us as we fled. Those horrible voices seemed to be all around us, swooping and diving through the canyon. I could almost feel them breathing down my neck. My lungs burned and branches whipped at my face, but sheer terror kept me sprinting headlong through the pitch-black forest. I lost all sense of time and direction as we ran. Minutes or hours could have passed. I couldn't tell. All I knew was that we had to escape that nightmare canyon and those ungodly echoes. Several times I stumbled and fell, but Greg hauled me back to my feet and we pressed on. Finally, mercifully, the echoes began to fade. We slowed our frantic pace, gasping for air. The first pale light of dawn was just starting to illuminate the trail. We'd been running all night without realizing it. We staggered the rest of the way back to Greg's truck in a daze. Neither of us spoke. We were too shell-shocked by what we'd experienced. The drive home passed in a blur. It wasn't until we pulled into my driveway that the reality of it all hit me. What the hell was that? I croaked, my voice hoarse. Greg just shook his head, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I don't know, man. I don't want to know. Let's just never talk about this again, okay? I nodded numbly. We went our separate ways, both of us eager to try and forget the horrors of that night. But I can't forget. In the months and years since, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some kind of mass hallucination brought on by tainted water or noxious fumes in the canyon. Maybe we stumbled into some kind of secret military testing ground. Or maybe, just maybe, there are things in this world beyond human understanding. All I know is that I've never gone hunting again. I can't bring myself to set foot in the wilderness. The quiet of the forest that I once found peaceful now fills me with dread. Because in that silence, I'm always listening for those echoes. I've thought about reporting our experience to the authorities, but who would believe such an insane story? And part of me is terrified of drawing attention to that place. What if someone went to investigate and awakened whatever lurks in that godforsaken canyon? So I've kept quiet all these years, carrying the weight of that night alone. Greg and I drifted apart. I think seeing each other was just too painful a reminder. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a vivid nightmare. But then I'll catch a faint echo on the wind and feel that primal terror all over again. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened to us in that canyon. All I can do is try to move on with my life and pray that those unearthly voices remain confined to that remote wilderness. But a part of me will always be listening, always wondering when I might hear those echoes again. The rest stop was pretty run down, just a small building with restrooms and some vending machines. There were only a couple other cars in the parking lot. As Tom ran off to use the bathroom, I grabbed some snacks from the vending machine. I remember feeling uneasy, like someone was watching me, but I brushed it off as just being tired from driving all day. When Tom came back, we got in the car and hit the road again. Everything seemed normal at first. We were chatting and listening to music as the sun started to set. About 20 minutes after leaving the rest stop, I noticed a white pickup truck behind us, flashing its lights and honking. At first, I thought the driver was just being a jerk, tailgating us on the dark highway, but he kept at it, getting more and more aggressive. I started to get nervous. What did this guy want? Was he drunk or on drugs? I sped up a little, hoping he'd back off, but he matched my speed, still flashing and honking. Tom was getting scared in the back seat, asking what was going on. I tried to reassure him, but I was freaking out inside. Finally, the truck managed to pull up alongside us. The driver was waving his arms frantically and yelling something. I couldn't make out what he was saying over the road noise. Against my better judgment, I rolled down my window a crack to hear him. "There's someone in your back seat," he shouted. My blood ran cold. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a dark shape crouched behind Tom's seat that definitely wasn't there before. Tom was oblivious, still looking at the truck driver. Everything happened so fast after that. I slammed on the brakes and swerved onto the shoulder. Tom screamed as we skidded to a stop. I yelled at him to get out of the car now. As soon as we stopped, I heard the back door fly open. A man in dark clothes leapt out and started sprinting down the highway. The pickup truck had stopped behind us. The driver jumped out and started chasing after the guy, yelling for him to stop. But the man who'd been hiding in our car was surprisingly fast. He disappeared into the woods alongside the road within seconds. Tom was crying hysterically. I grabbed him and held him close, my heart pounding. The pickup driver jogged back, out of breath. He explained he'd seen the man sneak into our car back at the rest stop while we were inside. He'd been trying to warn us for miles. We called the police, but they never found the guy. To this day, I have no idea who he was or what he wanted. Robbery, kidnapping, something worse. I try not to think about it. The whole thing probably only lasted a few minutes, but it felt like hours. I keep replaying it in my mind, thinking of all the what-ifs. What if that truck driver hadn't been there? What if I hadn't stopped when I did? It's been months, but I still have trouble sleeping. Every little noise makes me jump. I'm constantly checking the back seat of my car now, even in broad daylight. Tom has nightmares sometimes. He doesn't like riding in the car anymore, especially at night. I know we were lucky. So many awful things could have happened. But I can't shake the feeling of violation, knowing some stranger was silently sitting behind us for who knows how long. What was he waiting for? What would he have done if we hadn't stopped? I'm sharing this as a warning to others. Always be aware of your surroundings, even in places that seem safe. Check your car before getting in, especially after stopping somewhere unfamiliar. And if another driver is trying to get your attention, don't automatically assume they're the threat. They might be trying to warn you of danger. This experience has changed me. I used to love road trips, the freedom of the open road. Now I'm anxious every time we have to drive somewhere. I find myself avoiding rest stops and gas stations in rural areas. I know it's probably an overreaction, but I can't help it. The police told us this kind of thing is rare, but it does happen. They think the guy might have been waiting at the rest stop, looking for an opportunity. It's scary to think how easily he got into our car without us noticing. I always thought I was observant, but I never saw a thing. I'm trying to move past it, for Tom's sake if nothing else. But it's hard. Every time I see a white pickup truck on the road, my heart starts racing. I find myself constantly looking in the rearview mirror, checking the back seat. Rationally, I know lightning probably won't strike twice, but that fear is always there now, lurking in the back of my mind. We've talked about getting therapy, both for Tom and myself. It might help us process what happened, but part of me is afraid to dig too deep into it. What if talking about it just makes the fear worse? I guess the hardest part is the not knowing who that man was, what he wanted, why he chose us, not knowing what might have happened if things had gone differently. My mind conjures up all sorts of horrible scenarios. I try to focus on the positives. We're safe. Nothing bad actually happened to us. We have each other. But then I'll see something on the news about a kidnapping or a carjacking, and it all comes rushing back. I know I need to find a way to move forward. I can't live in fear forever. But it's so hard to let your guard down after something like this. How do you trust the world again when your sense of safety has been shattered? For now, we're taking it one day at a time, slowly venturing out more, trying to reclaim some normalcy. It's a process. Some days are better than others. But that night on the highway in West Virginia will always be with us, a stark reminder of how quickly things can change. To anyone reading this, please be careful out there. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. And never take your safety for granted. It only takes a moment for everything to change. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe on the road again, but I'm trying. For Tom's sake, and for my own. We can't let fear control our lives, but we'll never forget that night, or how close we came to God knows what. Stay safe out there, everyone. You never know what might be lurking in the shadows. The first few hours of the drive were great. We were singing along to our favorite songs, joking around, and looking forward to the awesome lineup of bands we'd be seeing. But things took a dark turn when we got onto a long stretch of isolated highway, cutting through dense forest. It was late afternoon, and the sun was starting to set when we first saw him. A tall, thin man in a dark coat standing motionless on the side of the road near a small bridge. As we drove past, I noticed his face was unnaturally pale, and he was staring directly at our car with an intense, unblinking gaze. It sent a chill down my spine. "Did you guys see that creepy dude back there?" I asked. Jason glanced in the rearview mirror. "Yeah, that was weird. Probably just some hitchhiker, though." We tried to shrug it off, but about 15 minutes later, we saw him again. The exact same man, in the same coat, with the same unnerving stare, standing in the exact same position near another small bridge. It was impossible. There's no way he could have gotten ahead of us. "Okay, what the hell?" Emma said, voicing what we were all thinking. "How did he get here so fast?" "Maybe it's just someone who looks similar," Maria suggested, but she sounded uncertain. Jason was visibly unnerved now, too. He pressed down on the accelerator, speeding up to put some distance between us and the strange figure. For the next hour, we were all on edge, scanning the sides of the road. The sun had fully set now, and the forest seemed to press in on either side of the highway, the trees casting eerie shadows in our headlights. We thought we were in the clear until we rounded a bend, and there he was again. This time he was standing directly in the middle of the road about 100 yards ahead of us. Jason slammed on the brakes and we skidded to a stop. The man didn't move. He just stood there, staring at us with that same fixed expression. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. "This isn't possible," Jason muttered. "What the fuck is going on?" Emma was on the verge of tears. "Let's turn around. I don't want to go near him." Jason put the car in reverse, but as he started to back up, our headlights illuminated another figure standing behind the car. The same man. How had he gotten there so quickly and silently? "Oh my God," Maria whimpered. We were trapped. The man in front hadn't moved, but the one behind us started walking slowly towards the car. Jason threw the car into drive and swerved around the figure in the road. As we sped past, I could have sworn I saw a slight smile on the man's face. Jason drove as fast as he dared on the winding forest road. We were all freaking out, trying to make sense of what was happening. Emma was sobbing in the back seat while Maria attempted to comfort her. "My phone has no signal," I said, checking desperately for bars. "Does anyone else have service?" They all checked, but no one could get through. We were completely cut off. After driving for what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, we came to a crossroads. Jason pulled over so we could try to figure out where we were and which way to go. That's when we noticed something chilling. The road signs all pointed to the same places we had passed hours ago. Somehow, we had looped back to where we started. "This is impossible," Jason said, his voice shaking. "We've been driving straight the whole time. How can we be back here?" Before anyone could respond, there was a tapping sound on the car window right next to me. I turned and came face to face with the pale man, his face inches from the glass. I screamed, and Jason floored it, peeling away from the crossroads. The next few hours were a nightmare. No matter which way we turned or how far we drove, we kept ending up at the same crossroads. And every time, the man would be there waiting. Sometimes on the side of the road, sometimes in the middle, sometimes tapping on our windows, but always with that same penetrating stare. We were exhausted, terrified, and felt like we were losing our minds. The car was running low on gas, and we knew we couldn't keep driving in circles forever. Around 3 a.m., Emma had an idea. What if we just stop and confront him? Maybe that's what he wants. We were desperate enough to try anything at that point. The next time we saw him, Jason pulled over. With shaking legs, we got out of the car. The man stood about 20 feet away, perfectly still. Up close, I could see his skin had an odd, waxy quality to it. His eyes were so dark they looked like empty sockets. "What do you want from us?" Jason called out, his voice cracking. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the man's mouth opened unnaturally wide, and he let out a bone-chilling shriek that didn't sound human. We all clapped our hands over our ears. When the sound stopped, I opened my eyes, and he was gone. Vanished into thin air. We looked around wildly, but there was no sign of him. The oppressive atmosphere that had been suffocating us all night suddenly lifted. It was like a spell had been broken. Shaken and confused, we got back in the car. This time when we drove, the roads made sense again. We found our way to the main highway and eventually made it to the music festival, though none of us were in the mood to enjoy it anymore. To this day, we have no explanation for what happened that night. We've tried researching the area, looking into local legends, everything, but found nothing that could explain our experience. Sometimes I still have nightmares about that pale, staring face, and I never drive on isolated roads at night anymore if I can help it. I don't know if it was some kind of mass hallucination, a supernatural encounter, or something else entirely, but I know that none of us will ever forget that terrifying night when we seemed to be trapped in an endless loop, haunted by an impossible figure that defied the laws of reality. Whatever it was, it shook my entire understanding of the world and left me with a bone-deep fear of dark, lonely roads. My girlfriend Audrey and I were driving back from a weekend getaway, taking the scenic route through some back roads. It was late, probably around 11 p.m., and a nasty storm had rolled in out of nowhere. The rain was coming down in sheets, pounding against the windshield so hard I could barely see 2 feet in front of the car. "Maybe we should pull over and wait it out," Audrey suggested, gripping the armrest as another gust of wind rocked the car. I nodded, squinting to try and make out any kind of shoulder or turnout where we could safely stop. After a few tense minutes of creeping along, I finally spotted a wide gravel area and carefully steered the car off the road. We sat there for a while, listening to the rain and occasional rumble of thunder. The wipers squeaked across the windshield, fighting a losing battle against the downpour. I kept the engine running so we'd have some heat and light. "How long do you think this will last?" Audrey asked, peering out at the darkness beyond the foggy windows. I shrugged. "Who knows? Weather app says it could be a couple hours at least." She sighed and settled back in her seat. We made small talk for a bit, trying to ignore the claustrophobic feeling of being trapped in the car while the storm raged outside. After about 20 minutes, I noticed movement in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was just rain streaking down the back window, playing tricks on my eyes. But then I saw it more clearly, a figure emerging from the darkness, stumbling towards our car. "Holy shit," I breathed. "Audrey, look." She twisted around in her seat and let out a small gasp. We watched as a woman staggered into view, completely drenched and barely staying on her feet as she fought against the wind and rain. She reached the passenger side and pounded on the window, yelling something we couldn't make out over the storm. Her face was ghostly pale in the glow of our taillights, dark hair plastered to her head. "Should we let her in?" Audrey asked uncertainly. I hesitated. Every horror movie I'd ever seen was screaming at me not to unlock the doors. But it was pouring rain, pitch black out there. We couldn't just leave her. "Yeah, I guess we have to," I said reluctantly. Audrey hit the window lock and cracked her door open. Immediately, rain and wind whipped into the car. "Get in, quick," she called to the woman. The stranger practically fell into the back seat, slamming the door behind her. For a moment, the only sound was her ragged breathing and water dripping off her clothes. Thank you," she finally managed between chattering teeth. "I didn't think anyone would stop." "Of course," I said, twisting around to look at her. "Are you okay? What happened?" She was shivering violently, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her clothes were soaked through, clinging to her thin frame. I couldn't tell if she was young or old. Her features seemed oddly blurred, like I was looking at her through frosted glass. "Car broke down," she mumbled. "Been walking for hours." "Jesus," Audrey said. "Here, let me find you a blanket or something." As Audrey rummaged around in the back seat, I asked the woman, "Where were you headed? We can drop you somewhere once the storm lets up." She didn't answer, just stared at me with an unnervingly blank expression. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp air seeping into the car. "Here," Audrey said, passing back an old fleece throw we kept for picnics. "It's not much, but—" The woman's hand shot out and grabbed Audrey's wrist. My girlfriend let out a yelp of pain and tried to pull away. "Hey!" I shouted. "Let go of her!" But the stranger was incredibly strong. She yanked Audrey towards the back seat, causing her to slam against the center console. I lunged over, trying to pry the woman's fingers off Audrey's arm. Her skin was ice-cold, clammy. As I struggled with her, she suddenly released Audrey and latched onto my throat instead. Her hands felt like frozen steel cables closing around my windpipe. I gasped and choked, clawing at her grip. But I couldn't break free. Black spots danced in my vision as I fought for air. Dimly, I heard Audrey screaming. There was a loud thunk, and suddenly the pressure on my throat released. I slumped back, coughing and gulping in desperate breaths. When my head stopped spinning, I saw Audrey wielding the heavy flashlight from the glove compartment. The woman was slumped against the door, a trickle of blood running down her forehead. "Get her out!" Audrey yelled. "Now!" I fumbled for the door handle and shoved it open. Wind and rain immediately buffeted us. Together, Audrey and I managed to heave the woman's limp form out onto the gravel. I slammed the door shut and Audrey hit the locks. We sat there panting, staring wide-eyed at each other. The woman lay motionless outside, rain pelting her prone form. "What the fuck?" I wheezed, gingerly touching my bruised throat. "What the actual fuck was that?" Audrey shook her head, eyes brimming with tears. "I don't know. Oh my God, I don't know. We need to get out of here." I nodded and turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered but didn't catch. "No, no, no," I muttered, trying again. Still nothing. "Shit! Try again," Audrey urged, glancing fearfully out the window. I took a deep breath and turned the key once more. This time the engine roared to life. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of the turnout, tires spinning on the wet gravel. As we fishtailed back onto the road, I caught a glimpse of movement in the rearview mirror. The woman was standing up, staring after us. Even through the rain-streaked glass, I could see her eyes reflecting our taillights like a cat's. "Go, go, go!" Audrey yelled. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor, heart pounding. The car hydroplaned slightly as we took a curve too fast, but I managed to keep it on the road. We drove in tense silence for several minutes, both of us constantly checking the mirrors. The adrenaline slowly started to fade, leaving me feeling shaky and nauseous. "Are you okay?" I asked Audrey. She nodded, rubbing her wrist where angry red marks were already forming. "Yeah, you." "I think so," I said hoarsely. My throat was killing me. What the hell was wrong with that woman? "I don't know," Audrey said. "But did you see how cold she was? It was like touching ice." I shuddered, remembering the clammy feel of the woman's skin. "Yeah, and her eyes. They looked weird, like glowing almost." We lapsed back into uneasy silence. The storm was finally starting to let up, the downpour reducing to a steady drizzle. I eased off the gas a little as visibility improved. That's when I saw her. Standing in the middle of the road about a quarter-mile ahead was a figure. Even at this distance, I recognized the bedraggled hair, the soaking wet clothes. "Oh my God," Audrey whispered. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching on the wet asphalt. We skidded to a stop about 50 yards from where the woman stood. She didn't move, didn't react at all to our approach, just stood there, staring at us with those eerily reflective eyes. How did she get here?" Audrey asked, voice trembling. "We left her miles back." I shook my head mutely, unable to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. And yet there she was. Slowly, deliberately, the woman raised one arm and pointed directly at us. A chill ran through my entire body. "Go around her," Audrey said urgently. "Just go around and keep driving." I nodded and carefully steered onto the shoulder, giving the figure a wide berth. As we passed, she pivoted to keep facing us, arms still outstretched. I pressed the gas, eager to put as much distance between us as possible. We drove for hours after that, not stopping until we were 2 counties over and the sun was peeking over the horizon. Neither of us wanted to be the first to bring up what had happened. It was too strange, too impossible to put into words. Even now, months later, I still have nightmares about those icy hands closing around my throat. Audrey and I don't talk about that night. We can't explain it, can't make sense of it. But sometimes when we're driving at night and it starts to rain, I catch her watching the rearview mirror nervously. And I know we're both scanning the roadside, praying we don't see a bedraggled figure emerging from the darkness, arm outstretched in silent accusation. I'd been driving for about 14 hours straight, hauling a load of electronics from Ohio to New Jersey. The monotony of the highway had long since faded into a blur of white lines and mile markers. My eyes were getting heavy, but I knew I had to push on to make my delivery deadline. Around 2 a.m., I turned off onto Route 6 to avoid some construction on the main highway. It was a rural, two-lane road winding through thick forest. No streetlights, no houses, nothing but dense woods on either side. The darkness pressed in around my headlights like a physical thing. I hadn't seen another vehicle for miles when I came around a sharp bend and saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a line of what looked like truck tires stretched across both lanes of the road about 100 yards ahead. My first thought was that there must have been an accident or something fell off another truck. But then I saw the figures. 4 dark shapes emerged from the tree line and started moving towards the road. Even from that distance, something about their movements seemed off. They weren't running or even walking normally. It was more of a loping, animal-like gait. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. This was no accident. It was an ambush. My mind raced through the stories I'd heard from other truckers about hijackings, and worse on isolated stretches of road like this. I knew I had only seconds to decide what to do. I couldn't stop. If I did, those figures would be on me before I could get the truck turned around. There was no shoulder to speak of, just a steep drop-off on one side and dense forest on the other. The adrenaline coursing through me made time seem to slow down as I weighed my options in a split second. Without fully thinking it through, I yanked the wheel hard to the right. The massive truck lurched sickeningly as the tires left the pavement and plowed into the underbrush. Branches snapped against the windshield as I fought to keep control. The engine roared as I floored it, willing the rig to plow through the thick vegetation. I could see those dark shapes in my side mirrors now, moving with inhuman speed towards the back of the trailer. Their forms seemed to shimmer and distort in a way that made my eyes hurt to look at. I forced myself to focus ahead, knowing that one wrong move could send me tumbling down the hillside. The next few minutes were the most terrifying of my life. Alarms blared in the cab as I pushed the truck way beyond what it was meant to handle. The trailer fishtailed wildly behind me, threatening to jackknife at any moment. But somehow I managed to keep it together, crashing through the woods, parallel to the road. I don't know how far I went before I found a logging road that led back to the highway. By that point, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. I wanted nothing more than to pull over and call the police. But the primal fear that had gripped me wouldn't let me stop until I was miles away on a well-lit stretch of interstate. When I finally did pull into a rest stop, I was drenched in sweat and my legs could barely hold me up. I called the state police and tried to explain what had happened. But even as the words left my mouth, it all sounded insane. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't really believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I believed it myself. I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my head, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just some idiots trying to rob trucks. But deep down, I know it was something much worse. Those weren't normal human movements, and the way they seemed to flicker and distort in my mirrors. It was like looking at something that shouldn't exist in our reality. I gave up long-haul trucking not long after that. Couldn't handle being alone on dark roads anymore. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like those things are right outside my window. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stopped that night. And honestly, I never want to find out. I've heard whispers from other drivers about similar experiences in that area. Stories of trucks found abandoned, drivers gone without a trace. Most folks write it off as urban legends. But I know the truth. There's something out there in those woods, something that hunts on lonely roads in the dead of night. And God help you if you find yourself in its path. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, most days I have trouble believing it myself. But I know what I saw that night. and I know that I'll never set foot in those woods again as long as I live. Sometimes I wonder if I did the right thing by not reporting it more forcefully. Maybe I could have prevented someone else from going through what I did. But then I remember the sheer otherworldly terror of those things coming for me, and I know that no one would have believed me anyway. The worst part is not knowing what those things were or what they wanted, not knowing if they're still out there, waiting for their next victim. Every time I see a news story about a missing person or an abandoned vehicle in that part of Pennsylvania, my blood runs cold. I've tried to move on with my life, to forget about that night, but the memories are always there, lurking just below the surface. The sound of branches scraping against metal, the inhuman speed of those dark shapes, the sickening lurch as my truck left the road. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving in the trees by the roadside. It's probably just my imagination playing tricks on me. At least, that's what I tell myself. But there's always that moment of paralyzing fear, that certainty that they've found me again. I know this all sounds crazy. If someone had told me this story before it happened, I would have laughed it off. But once you've seen something like that, something that defies explanation, it changes you. You realize that the world is a much stranger and more terrifying place than you ever imagined. To anyone reading this who drives those lonely roads at night, be careful. Keep your doors locked and don't stop for anything. And if you see a line of tires across the road and dark shapes moving in the trees, don't hesitate. Just run. Run and don't look back. I count myself lucky to have escaped that night. But a part of me wonders if I truly got away, or if those things are still out there, biding their time, waiting for the day when I let my guard down and they can finish what they started on that dark stretch of Route 6. So that's my story. Take it for what you will. Maybe I'm just a guy who had a crazy hallucination from too many hours on the road. But I know what I saw. And I'll never forget the night I nearly became another vanished victim of whatever lurks in those Pennsylvania woods. I had been working there for about 6 months at that point. It was a pretty standard suburban supermarket, nothing fancy, but it paid the bills while I figured out what I wanted to do with my life after high school. Most days blended together in a haze of scanning items and making small talk with customers. But that day, something felt off right from the start. I noticed this guy in his 40s lingering near my checkout lane, even though there were other lanes open with shorter lines. He was average height, kind of pudgy, with thinning brown hair. Nothing remarkable about his appearance, but something in his eyes made me uneasy. When he finally came through my line, he barely had any items, just a few random things like a magazine and a candy bar. As I rang him up, he kept staring at me intently. I tried to brush it off, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" he said, his voice overly friendly. I mumbled some polite response, hoping he'd just pay and leave, but he kept talking. "You must be new here. I don't think I've seen you before," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, I've been here a while actually," I replied, trying to keep my voice neutral. I didn't want to engage, but I also didn't want to be rude to a customer. "Really? Guess I just never noticed such a pretty face before," he said with a wink. I felt my skin crawl. I quickly finished the transaction and handed him his receipt, eager for him to leave. As he walked away, I could have sworn I saw him glance back at me. I tried to shake off the encounter and focus on my work. But over the next few hours, I kept seeing him out of the corner of my eye. He'd be browsing items nearby or accidentally bump into my lane again with just 1 or 2 items. Each time, he'd make some comment or ask a personal question. Do you live nearby? What time do you usually get off work? Are you single? I deflected as best I could, but I was starting to get seriously creeped out. I mentioned it to my coworker Jenny during my break, and she said she'd keep an eye out. But there wasn't much else we could do. He wasn't technically doing anything wrong, just being weirdly persistent. As my shift went on, his behavior escalated. He started hanging around my lane even when he wasn't buying anything, just watching me. At one point, I saw him talking to my manager and gesturing in my direction. My stomach dropped. Was he complaining about me? Trying to get information? By the time my shift was ending, I was a nervous wreck. I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every noise. As I clocked out and headed for the employee exit, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the dim parking lot, I saw him. He was leaning against a car near the employee section, clearly waiting for me. My heart started racing. I turned to go back inside, but he called out. Hey there, fancy seeing you here, he said, his voice sickly sweet. Need a ride home? It's awful dark out. I shook my head, unable to speak. He started walking towards me. Come on, don't be shy. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be out alone at night. Why don't you let me give you a lift? He was getting closer, backing me up against the wall. Just then, I heard the door open behind me. It was my manager, Dave. Everything okay out here? He asked, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. The creepy guy immediately backed off, mumbling some excuse. Dave put a protective arm around my shoulders and guided me back inside, shooting daggers at the man with his eyes. Once we were safely inside, I broke down crying. Dave called the police and had me give a statement. They took it seriously, but said there wasn't much they could do since the guy hadn't actually touched me or explicitly threatened me. I was shaken to my core. Dave offered to walk me to my car, and I gratefully accepted. As we walked out, I scanned the parking lot nervously, but the creepy guy was gone. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made me jump. I kept replaying the events in my head, wondering if there were signs I had missed. Should I have spoken up sooner? What if Dave hadn't come out when he did? The next day I called in sick to work. I couldn't bear the thought of going back there, of possibly seeing that man again. Dave was understanding and told me to take as much time as I needed. But even staying home didn't feel safe. I kept thinking I saw movement outside my windows. Every time my phone buzzed, I worried it was him somehow. How much information had he gotten about me? After a few days, I knew I had to go back to work. I couldn't let fear control my life. But things were different now. I was constantly on edge, always looking over my shoulder. I asked to be moved to a different department, away from the checkout lanes. Weeks went by, and there was no sign of the creepy guy. But I never fully relaxed. Every time the door chimed, I tensed up. Every male customer in his 40s made my heart race, even if they looked nothing like him. It's been months now, and I still haven't seen him again. But the fear lingers. I find myself checking locks obsessively, avoiding being out alone at night. I'm jumpy and paranoid in a way I never was before. The worst part is the not knowing. Did he just give up and move on? Is he out there somewhere, watching and waiting? Will I ever feel truly safe again? I know logically that I'm probably fine, that it was just one creepy guy who hopefully got scared off. But the experience changed me. It opened my eyes to how vulnerable we can be, even in seemingly safe, everyday places. I'm trying to move on with my life, to not let this define me. But some days are harder than others. I still work at the supermarket, but I'm always aware of my surroundings in a way I never was before. I hope that by sharing my story, maybe it will help someone else recognize the warning signs or feel less alone if they've gone through something similar. And maybe, just maybe, it will help me process and heal from this traumatic experience that I still can't fully explain or understand. As I entered the store, the harsh fluorescent lighting made me squint. The place was eerily quiet, with just the low hum of refrigerators and occasional beeping from the registers up front. I grabbed a basket and started making my way down the aisles, consulting my short shopping list. I was in the cereal aisle when I first noticed him. An elderly man, probably in his 70s, with wispy white hair and thick glasses. He gave me a friendly nod as he shuffled past, leaning heavily on his cart. I smiled politely in return, thinking nothing of it. A few minutes later, I was examining the pasta options when I got that prickly feeling of being watched. I glanced up to see the same old man at the end of the aisle, staring intently in my direction. When our eyes met, he quickly looked away and pretended to be engrossed in reading a box of lasagna noodles. I shrugged it off and continued shopping, but I kept noticing him pop up in nearly every aisle I went down. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe we just happened to need a lot of the same items. But as it kept happening, a sense of unease began to creep over me. In the produce section, I was selecting some apples when I felt someone come up close behind me. Too close. I turned to find the old man standing there, mere inches away, staring at me with an unsettling intensity. "Lovely evening for shopping, isn't it?" he said in a raspy voice. I took an instinctive step back. Yeah, I guess so." He took a step closer, maintaining that uncomfortably small distance between us. "I always enjoy coming to the store late at night. So peaceful, so intimate." The way he said that last word sent a shiver down my spine. I mumbled something about needing to hurry and quickly moved away, my heart starting to race. As I speed-walked to the next aisle, I glanced back to see him slowly following, pushing his near-empty cart. At this point, I was seriously creeped out and just wanted to finish my shopping as fast as possible. I practically jogged through the remaining aisles, grabbing items and tossing them in my basket without much thought. But every time I looked around, there he was, always maintaining some distance but clearly trailing me. I made my way to the checkout, hands shaking slightly as I unloaded my basket. To my horror, I saw the old man get in line right behind me. As the cashier rang up my items, he stood way too close, practically breathing down my neck. I could feel his eyes boring into me. "Did you find everything you needed tonight, miss?" he asked in that creaky voice. I nodded tersely, avoiding eye contact as I hurriedly paid and gathered my bags. As I speed-walked towards the exit, I heard him call out behind me, "Drive safely now. I'd hate for anything to happen to you." I practically ran to my car, fumbling with my keys as I unlocked it and dove inside. I locked the doors immediately and sat there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. In my rearview mirror, I saw the old man exit the store and slowly make his way to a beat-up station wagon. He took his time loading his few bags, all while staring in the direction of my car. I started the engine and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole drive home, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights following me. By the time I got to my apartment, I was a nervous wreck. I rushed inside, locked and deadbolted the door, and sank onto my couch feeling drained. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting. Maybe the guy was just lonely and socially awkward. Maybe I was reading too much into things, but I couldn't shake that feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. After a little while, I started to calm down. I put away my groceries and decided to take a hot shower to relax. As I was toweling off afterwards, I heard my phone chime with a new text message. Figuring it was probably my mom or a friend, I picked it up to check. My blood ran cold as I read the message from an unknown number. "Hope you made it home safely. Those green apples you bought looked delicious. Sweet dreams." I felt like I was going to be sick. How did he get my number? I never gave it to him, or even spoke to him beyond those few terse words. My mind raced, trying to figure out how this was possible. Did he somehow hack the store's systems? Bribe an employee? I had no idea, and that terrified me even more. With shaking hands, I blocked the number and deleted the message. But the damage was done. My sense of safety and privacy had been completely shattered. I spent the rest of the night pacing anxiously around my apartment, jumping at every little sound. I double and triple checked that all the windows and doors were locked. Sleep was out of the question. I sat up all night with all the lights on, clutching my phone and debating whether to call the police. But what would I even tell them? That a creepy old guy followed me around a store and somehow got my number? I had no proof of anything illegal. As the sun finally began to rise, I was exhausted but still on high alert. I called in sick to work, not feeling up to leaving my apartment. I spent the day researching how to protect my personal information, changing passwords, and looking into home security systems. It's been a few days now, and nothing else has happened. No more texts or signs of the old man. But I still feel on edge constantly. I'm jumpy and paranoid, always looking over my shoulder when I go out. I haven't been back to that grocery store and don't know if I ever will. I keep wondering, was this just a one-time thing? Or is he out there somewhere, watching and waiting? The not knowing is almost worse than anything else. How much does he know about me? What were his intentions? I'm sharing this as a warning to others, especially women shopping alone at night. Trust your instincts if someone is making you uncomfortable, and be careful about your personal information. You never know who might be trying to access it or how. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again after this experience. That one creepy encounter has completely upended my sense of security. I'm left feeling violated and vulnerable, all because of a routine trip to buy groceries. I just hope that by sharing this, I can help someone else avoid going through the same thing. I was just trying to do my usual Saturday grocery shopping when everything went sideways. Looking back, I should have trusted my gut feeling from the start, but I guess I was trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid. It was around 3 p.m. when I got to the supermarket. The place was packed, as you'd expect on a weekend afternoon. I grabbed a cart and started making my way through the produce section, checking items off my list. That's when I first noticed him, a tall guy in his 40s wearing a dark jacket. He caught my eye because he seemed to be staring in my direction, but I brushed it off. People watching is normal in crowded places, right? I moved on to the dairy aisle, and as I was comparing yogurt prices, I got that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. I glanced up and there he was again, at the end of the aisle, pretending to look at cheese. Our eyes met for a split second before he quickly looked away. A chill ran down my spine, but I told myself I was imagining things. Over the next 20 minutes, my unease grew as I realized this guy kept popping up wherever I went. Cereal aisle? There he was, lingering by the Cheerios. Cleaning products? Yep, suddenly very interested in dish soap. Each time I spotted him, he was a little closer than before. I started to feel trapped. My hands were shaking as I grabbed items off the shelves, barely paying attention to what I was putting in my cart. I just wanted to finish and get out of there. But every time I looked up, there he was, always maintaining enough distance to have plausible deniability, but unmistakably tracking my movements. My heart was racing. I abandoned my cart and speed-walked to the restroom, locking myself in a stall. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to calm down and convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was all a coincidence. Maybe I was seeing patterns that weren't there. Taking a deep breath, I left the restroom and immediately saw him standing near the pharmacy counter, pretending to read a magazine. But his eyes flicked up to me the second I emerged. That's when I knew for certain. This was real. This man was stalking me through the store. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Should I confront him? Call for help? Try to lose him in the aisles? Make a run for it? My mind was spinning with horrible scenarios of what might happen if I didn't get away from this creep. With trembling hands, I pulled out my phone, ready to call 911. But then I spotted a young guy restocking shelves nearby and practically ran over to him. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaky. "There's a man who's been following me around the store. I'm really scared. Can you please help me?" The employee looked concerned and asked me to point out the man. When I discreetly indicated the guy in the dark jacket, the worker's expression changed to recognition. "Ma'am, please come with me to the manager's office," he said quietly. "We've had issues with this individual before." As we walked briskly to the back of the store, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The stalker had vanished. I felt sick to my stomach. In the office, I gave a statement to the manager while he reviewed security footage. They confirmed the man had indeed been tailing me methodically through the store. Apparently, he was a known problem. They'd received similar complaints before, but he always left before they could confront him. The police were called, but by the time they arrived, the man was long gone. I gave them my statement, but I knew the chances of catching him were slim. They took down his description and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but it felt like cold comfort. I was a mess by the time I got home. I spent the rest of the day obsessively checking my locks and peeking out the windows. That night, every little sound made me jump. I barely slept. It's been a few weeks now, and I still feel on edge every time I leave the house. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning faces in crowds. I've started varying my routines, taking different routes to work, shopping at odd hours. The rational part of my brain knows the chances of seeing that man again are slim, but I can't shake the feeling of vulnerability. That afternoon shattered my sense of safety. I keep replaying it in my head, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't asked for help when I did. I try to tell myself that I'm okay, that it's over. But deep down, I know I'll never feel quite as secure in public spaces as I did before. That man may be gone, but the fear he instilled lingers on. Every time I step into a store now, I can't help but wonder, is someone watching me?